Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, businesses seek flexible and efficient ways to develop applications. SAP RAP offers a streamlined approach to application development, leveraging RESTful principles. Let's dive into a crucial aspect of modern application development of SAP RAP. In simple terms, SAP offers a framework for creating RESTful services. These services enable web applications to communicate easily, exchanging data smoothly. Businesses using RESTful APIs can reduce development time by 50%. Leveraging SAP RAP improves efficiency and productivity, leading to cost savings. Mastering SAP RAP is crucial for software development and business operations in our data-driven world. Proficiency in RESTful Application Programming provides a competitive edge. This course provides a comprehensive guide to SAP RAP, covering basics to advanced techniques for designing, developing, and deploying RESTful services with SAP framework. Perfect for developers of all levels, it equips you with the skills to utilize SAP RAP effectively in your projects. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more insightful content on technology and programming. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to ABAP RAP. 2. Layers of RAP. 3. Understanding the concept and architecture of RAP. 4. CDS views building. 5. OData services. Let's dive in.
So before we get into this BTP RAP sessions, let me give my brief introduction. So this is Sriram, and I have been into this SAP technology space for about 21 years now, since 2002. So over these 2 decades, I got an opportunity to work across platforms and technologies in SAP and whatnot, start from ABAP to till SAP BTP. So I worked at various roles as a lead and architect, as a delivery manager, project manager, and technology practice head as well in the past 20 years of my time in SAP. So technically, like I worked on SAP ABAP, webbed into ABAP frameworks, then Fiori and UEFI technologies, and precisely into integrations as well. The way back integrations from SAP XI 3.0 since 2005. And SAP PIPO and integration suites. So my journey equally moved on both from development side and integrations together, and that's what basically made my profile also a little unique in terms of the combination of these technologies, and that is also even helping me out more clearly when I'm taking up sessions by addressing various questions coming across multiple lines of discipline, right? So I have been into this SAP corporate training space for about more than 10 years, and I have delivered more than 100 corporate trainings so far on various platforms and technologies, starting from ABAP to WebDintro, then Fiori, then UI5, and also deliver trainings on integrations. And in the recent times, for last 3 years, I've been doing more on SAP BTP. In BTP, I have done about RAP, Restful Application Programming developments, and CAP as well, and also on the BTP cloud integrations and BTP administration also. So I have delivered trainings almost to all the major IT giants in India, as well as I do SAP certification training programs directly with SAP India, SAP Malaysia, and SAP Philippines also. So that's a short of my team, and I'm your instructor for this training on this SAP RAP programming, followed by SAP CAP as well. And I hope the same audience are continuing for SAP CAP as well. I think so. We will come to that point. So before we get into this ABAP RAP, before we get started with the introduction of RAP, as most of you people are into this ABAP world, into this ABAP developments as well, right? So if we look at the evaluation of ABAP technology framework, just in a quick nutshell. Like ABAP application developments, we use it to do with our classical module pool programming or the module pool. Still, of course, we are doing that. Still, those are so popular about developing your transaction programs. In screen programming, we use it to work on. And all SAP, even till today in SAP S4HANA as well, you will be finding majority of the applications. So, which are now taking shape to get into this SAP Fiori space. But overall, still even you will find majority of the applications were developed on SAP module pool programming, which is an SAP proprietary technology, SAP's own framework, the own UI controls, the own UI libraries, so which can be rendered only on the SAP GUI client tools. So the major drawback of this SAP module pool programs are about like those can be rendered only by having the respective SAP logon client tool available in your systems. But over the period of time got changed. Like people started giving preference to access things over the internet. I mean, over the web, I mean to say. So they wanted the applications to be available to get executed over the browser because suddenly they went to some other place, some unknown place. They didn't carry their laptop or system or anything. If they wanted to connect, if they wanted to access any SAP application, certainly in that system again they need to have SAP GUI installed because the respective client without which the module pool screens that applications cannot get rendered, cannot able to get converted and appeared as a UI in front of the user, right? So whereas as people started preferring and many of the other technologies are emerging which are supporting the web UI, the web interface, right? Which is letting the people to access the applications over the browser. Then that was a time SAP also thought about it like now the time has come. We need to revive our architectural framework and we need to adopt that mechanism through which we also can able to develop web applications. So by the way, the end users can able to access SAP applications from the browser. Then what was the answer for that? So that times the more popular mechanism was server pages, Java server pages, active server pages, right? JSPs, ASPs, we use it to call. So that was the time in 2005, SAP has come up with a concept called BSPs, business server pages. I'm just giving that introduction part just in a quick way about the history, about the evaluation team. Some of the topics might not get captured. It is just over the coming out of the knowledge, right? But certain things, like all the relevant things, will be shown in this presentation slides, right? So usually everyone knows anything if it has to come over the browser, if some application has to run on the browser, it should comprises of HTML controls. HTML controls application has to be developed by using HTML controls, the HTML UI elements. So by using HTML, application can be executed, can be visible on the browser with some kind of user interface controls. So that was the time Java and HTML is a static programming language which is helping only for your design aspect. The application will be designed by using HTML controls, but the logic, when I click on this button, order values has to come. When I click on this button, something has to get saved in the database. So that logic has to be written by using some programming languages. So people use it to work with the Java as a programming language for the development of your web application along with HTML. So that combination of Java plus HTML, we can understand as like JSPs. Similarly, the .NET programming from Microsoft and then along with HTML, we call it as ASPs, active server pages. So that was the time SAP also adopted that mechanism and then they introduced their own set of controls way back, long back, more than 2 decades ago. So called HTML-B controls. So on top of HTML, they have designed their own set of business controls also, which called HTML-B, HTML for business. Along with, so HTML-B controls we use it to use for the creation of the UI screen and the rest of the logic, the programming logic, right? The logical analysis queries and other thing we use it to write with ABAP. So ABAP with the concept of HTML controls together made it as like a BSP application. Then people started developing BSP applications. The BSP applications are called business server pages. So Java server pages, active server pages, business server pages. So many server pages concepts were there during that times. Of course, over the period of time, lot of more further improvements, evolvings have been happened, and then lot of frameworks are introduced either in Java, in ABAP, in everywhere, right? So that is how the BSP is born. And after a while, in year 2007, still even though people are able to develop web applications by using this BSP concept, by using business server concept, still lot of coding, lot of programming we need to write over there. For example, in my SAP application, after I get logged into my SAP application, my SAP system, after I get access to my SAP system, so here people write different programs, modular programs. So here we use it to have this BSP applications. From here we use it to write a BSP application, business server page application, a lot of methods, codings, HTML controls, HTML tags, everything. Lot of coding used to write over there. They wanted to simplify that with a kind of a framework in which we can able to make things with more of drag and drop capability, with more drag and drop capabilities, with more auto code generations in the background stuff, by reducing the efforts for the developers. So, which obviously one good set of framework will make all these things happen. Will make all these things possible for the developers to reduce the efforts for the development, to reduce the timelines, and etc. SAP has come up with a framework called WebIntro. Not even WebIntro, in fact, WebIntro Java actually they started. So WebIntro is about, again, the same thing. Ultimately, the target is the same thing. The target is about to develop some applications which can be executed on the browser. Again, HTML applications which can be executed over the browser. But over the BSPs, this WebIntro framework is letting the developers to develop applications more easily, more confidently, conveniently, by using a lot of drag and drop features over there, so that we can start experience here. WebIntro components and WebIntro component interfaces. Initially, they started this WebIntro component journey with WebIntro Java first, because that was the time SAP adopted Java for a lot of their integration tools like SAP XI, PI, PO, then for SAP Enterprise Portal, and for many other SAP technologies, they use it to have dual stack environment, ABAP stack and Java stack also. Again, as time passing, slowly they reduced again the usage of Java stack. But WebIntro Java was the first one by which they started about developing web applications. And after a successful journey for an year and a half time on WebIntro Java, after they made the entire framework get fit well, perfectly in all aspects, then they switched on that entire concept into WebIntro ABAP as well. So then WebIntro ABAP introduced, in which, again, by using our core strength, by using our core programming skills in ABAP, we can able to develop a very nice, good, and powerful web applications with WebIntro ABAP framework. A lot of things are simplified over there. Again, time pass on. A lot of SAP solutions like SAP SRM, CRM, then EHS, SAP Environment, Health and Safety kind of products are all built on top of the WebIntro ABAP framework only. Still, even in some of those products, if you wanted to make any enhancements or any extensions, definitely WebIntro ABAP skill set is important, because those components and applications are built on that framework basically at that times. So that is how WebIntro ABAP got evolved, and after a while, even for more sophisticated user experiences, they come up with a concept called WebIntro Floor Plan Managers as an extension feature within WebIntro ABAP. That is also fine. So time passed on for about another 4 to 5 years of time. Then that was the time this SAP Fiori came into this world. So here everyone are well very familiar about SAP Fiori over here, but still it's my job to give a small quick introduction over that, because people will have different assumptions over it. So it should make it clear over there. So SAP Fiori, when it comes to SAP Fiori, first of all, one point we should make it very clear is that SAP Fiori is not representing about a specific technology. Like BSPC is a technology, WebPrint Web is a technology, but SAP Fiori is not like another technology of SAP after WebPrint Web they have introduced. SAP Fiori is just a name that they have given to the experience, how basically we are accessing content over the web, how all backend SAP applications can be connected, can be enabled, can be accessed as much as we can over the web. That experience itself, they name it as like SAP Fiori. The technology is different. So by SAP Fiori, simply to say like if some of the people over here, if you worked on Enterprise Portal earlier, or if you have seen SAP Enterprise Portal anyway way before in year 2005, 2006 timeframes, up to 2010 and 12, people used Enterprise Portals very widely, and after that slowly it they limited, and then because of this SAP Fiori came into existence. But a lot of similarities you will find from the Enterprise Portal to SAP Fiori. So this is called a gateway. This is a gateway to your enterprise landscape, a place from where you can able to access the whole landscape from a single with a single sign-on concept, and a role-based access we can able to see. Depend on the role that a particular user, the end user is playing in the organization. Let him be a finance guy, or let him be a sales representative, or let him be a procurement manager. Like on his day-to-day tasks, what are his responsibilities? What are the tasks he is delegated for? He is responsible to do perform. For him to make his job get done easily, whatever applications that are required, whatever components that are required, making all of them available for him together at one place, especially over the web. So that is the concept of SAP Enterprise Portal, the same thing that what you will find in SAP Fiori as well. But what else additionally been introduced into this SAP Fiori experience is about, it's not only about to letting the users to have a single sign-on and accessing all the applications and services which are required for a person, for a user, according to his roles, according to his designation in the organization over the web, but at the same time letting that applications compatible over the devices. For example, for an instance, through SAP Fiori, whatever applications and components we are accessing, we are experiencing over the browser, over the internet from your desktop, seamlessly the same experience you can able to find through your iPad, through your mobile as well. So making the applications device compatible is the one more new advantage that they have brought in, because of the evaluation that has taken place over the technologies in terms of especially UI controls, the HTML5 controls. That credit goes to HTML5 controls. On top of HTML5, the open source Open UI5 has brought in. That is not the specialty of SAP, I could say, but it is about the evaluation, about the advantages that are introduced, that are arrived in HTML5 libraries, that mobile libraries. The library controls will automatically get adapted themselves according to the device in which you are trying to access your application. If the application is getting opened on desktop, it will behave in a different way. The same control, the same application, when it is getting accessed over the iPad or over the mobile, the controls automatically tune themselves to minimize, to hide some of their properties on their own. That is the inbuilt capacity being added to the HTML5 controls. So by using that, the web application development altogether taken a new pace. SAP also adopted that technology. Again, as time is going up, what is best is there in the market, what is best is available in the industry, as like cloud computing we are talking about, or as like in-memory database management we are talking about. So which are all about the innovations that are arriving in the IT industry, and every IT company, every software vendor, every software company is adapting that concepts. Similarly, that is what came to SAP as well. So they have adapted that Open UI5 framework, and they designed their own framework, which we are calling as like SAP UI5, in which we can able to develop web applications more easily, more conveniently, because of more set of libraries that are available now, more rich HTML5 controls are available now, and not only about the rich HTML controls, but also the controls which can able to tune themselves inbuilt capabilities which are enabled within that controls, so which are making that whole application as like a device compatible. So that is all. That is how all we came up to this SAP Fiori. In SAP Fiori, as said before, it is an experience. SAP Fiori we can define as like the guidelines, the set of guidelines to be followed by the developer community when they are developing any of their new applications. The guidelines to be followed, in which the evolution, I will be showing that in another presentation, SAP Fiori 1.0, then SAP Fiori 2.0. Now we are in SAP Fiori 3.0 guidelines. So that guidelines are basically defining about the rules to be followed, the themes to be used, the kind of controls to be used, the font styles to be used, the user experience to be shared. So to be common, to be unique across the complete product landscape. Earlier, it was not used to be as such. When we are working with SAP ECC and similar product suites, the applications look and feel, the applications appearance would look in one way, and other SAP products if we access like about SRM or any other SAP products, maybe their appearance would looks little different. The fonts, the themes, the images or the layout basically of the application might looks little different, but across their product landscape, all products should looks like same. That means they should follow the similar guidelines, the common guidelines, while the application development is taking place. So that guidelines are about SAP Fiori. SAP Fiori is an experience, is to bring a great experience to the end user to make their for enjoying the using of the applications while doing their day-to-day works. For that, whatever is required, that has been defined over there under this SAP Fiori guidelines. As part of that, we have come up with a framework called SAP Fiori Launchpad. One of that. What is this SAP Fiori Launchpad? This SAP Fiori Launchpad will be your launch station, which you can access by using this T code /n/ui2/flp from your SAP server. So the same credentials, the credentials that are shared to the user can be used by the end user. The end user will log into this Fiori Launchpad as usual as he comes to office every day and log into his SAP system. But now onwards, he may not come and log into his SAP system. He will simply save this URL. He will simply save this URL in his favorite, in his browser favorites, and every day when he comes, he will enter that URL, which will ask for his login credentials. He will be entering his login credentials that are shared for him. And that's it. He entered his logo, his photo, his company logo, corporate logo. You think from the business customer end side. You look from the, you get into the end user shoes, and then you look from his perspective. So being an end user, every day when he comes to office, he will enter this URL, he will go to his credentials, and he entered into the world of his IT landscape. Now in his IT landscape, behind the scenes, there could be so many servers, so many applications. He is not bothering about that. how many applications, how many components, how many services. No worry about that. His workflows, his workflow items, his applications, his reports, and whatnot, whatever he has to get access. It's not again. I mean to say that it's not only just about the content from SAP systems which is coming over here. Even if the company is using any other non-SAP, any documentation servers or any other uh, non-SAP systems, even as well, we can able to configure the content over here. So this is the place from which right now nothing has been configured for this user as it is a new server. But anyhow, going forward, we are going to do this on his Fiori Launchpad. This is called Fiori Launchpad. His starting point, in which all the set of applications will be appeared for him as like tiles. Most of you have seen the Fiori Launchpad screens before. Even on the go, we are looking at it. So though right now it's not displaying anything, I will show you how do we assign the, because some of you people have done that, but some of you people have not done. How do we actually get the required apps on this Fiori Launchpad? So anyhow, as though it is not a Fiori session, but we will cover that aspect as well. How do we enable the content for an end user? Like whatever, like suppose you be the end user, for you, whatever the apps that are required for you, how do we configure them? Of course, in real time, he won't do that. The backend team will make that job done. So for you, if you are the one, how do you find it? The required Fiori apps for you from the Fiori library, and what actions to be done in the system so that you can able to access everything that is required for you basically for your user ID. Then all the required tiles will come over there. Then I will be clicking on each of the tiles, each of the links, which will show. So one tile will show the current cricket live score to me, and another one will show the top 10, the top 10 news currently, which are circulating global news that will be on, and on one tile I can able to see the current stock exchange information, and other tiles where I can able to create my purchase orders, approve purchase orders, everything that I can able to see, I can able to access from here. This is called the SAP Fiori, an amazing experience for the end user. SAP Fiori is not talking about a specific technology. Then what about the individual applications that are appearing over here? Let me show one thing. Because eventually it will take us to the starting step of SAP RAP. Why we are learning RAP? For what purpose we are learning it? And after learning that, what we are going to do, we will reach to that stage. So when I log into my Fiori Launchpad, nothing, no apps are coming to me here, right? But in case if I wanted to access some Fiori apps, how do I come to know that? So there is a link called SAP Fiori Reference Library. You can type it in the Google, SAP Fiori Reference Library. You can click on SAP Fiori Reference Library link. The very first link, it will show you there. So this is a global source. This is the starting point for the developers to come to know about SAP Fiori applications. So all SAP Fiori applications, the list of Fiori applications, the type of Fiori applications, that everything you will find over there, like about analytical applications, transactional applications, and whatnot. And also we can filter what are the exact apps that are required according to your current business suite. If you click on this all apps, it is showing about around 16,398 Fiori apps are shown here. The complete list is there here. And furthermore, we can filter the things from this section as well, based on which product suite you are using, which is it, what is the version of your S4HANA accordingly. For example, let me come back. I wanted to see not all the Fiori apps of S4HANA Cloud and everything, but I wanted to have a look at the Fiori apps of SAP S4HANA. So I can go to the list of SAP S4HANA apps. So now that count comes to 14,000. That count further get reduced. Then let me go to this filter. In this one, in this list of apps, if you see here, these are all different types of apps, like Fiori transactional apps, Fiori analytical apps, web window applications, BW queries, SAP GUI transaction apps, all are listed here under within this 14,000. That means all these applications are not the applications which are developed by using just one specific technology like SAP UI5. Those can be your traditional SAP applications. Those can be your web intro applications. Those can be your newly developed SAP UI5 applications as well. So application can be developed by using various techniques, various technologies according to the skill set that you are possessing, that you are carrying. From there, we can able to showcase that application finally at the end by your Fiori Launchpad. We will go to more details about that, but if I come to know about this, import sales orders, or let me search about some sales relevant apps, I can filter it out in SAP S4HANA. So the current version I'm using is SAP S4HANA 2022. So let me go to this filter, product suite, SAP S4HANA, and product version. I have chosen S4HANA 2022 as this system. Let me go back. So there is about 1069 apps are coming up. So in this one, like manage outbound deliveries, or like import sales orders, my inbox. Let me go to just one of the apps, not everything. Import sales orders. So this is an app, and from here you can able to find the details of the app. In case if I wanted this app to be appeared in my Fiori Launchpad, right now no apps are coming to me. But if I wanted some app to be come to me, what should I do? First, you can find out the required app from the Fiori reference library. You can filter according to your product version, according to the name of the product. Just I have taken one simple app name, and this documentation is not relevant for your current product version. You have to choose. This documentation details will be vary according to the product currently you are working on. You should choose that. Right now I am in S4HANA 2022. About this import sales order, if I wanted this product, then let me see the documentation of S4HANA 2022. So the basic documentation about what is the product, it will indicate. The app ID also it will showcase here. Then I can go to this implementation information section. In this implementation information section, is there any SAP nodes which I should implement in order to make this app to get work out? I have to find out that. Generally, these are two common nodes which are not required any specific action to be done. Then any installation that I should ensure that it is already there in my front-end server and back-end server. I will explain that what is called front-end server and back-end server just in a while. And after that, we will go to this configuration section. Then some of the SAP UI5 applications belongs to this product, and some of the OData services belongs to this product. With respect to OData services, these UI5 applications should be activated in your SAP server. Whether those are activated or not, we will check that. For doing that, we have certain transaction codes like SACF. We can go to activate your UI5 service. I will tell you these things in an order team just a bit. Then I can go for IWFND/main_service for the OData service registration. So kind of activities also we will do. After that, we will come down, we will check the catalogs, technical catalogs to which this app belongs to, business catalogs to which this app belongs to. All these details you will check. Finally, you will be coming to know that this particular app, what is that app? Import sales orders. This app belongs to this business role. You select this business role. As usual, in SAP role concept, it is the same thing. So role is some collection of transactions and applications, right? In our SAP systems, how do we manage, how do we assign how do we grant things to the users? We will collect all the relevant stuff under one role, and that role we will grant to the user. Similarly, there is a standard SAP role. This role, this import sales order, and not only this particular app, along with this app, so many other relevant apps also somehow part of this role. Now, by granting this role, straight away we are doing, but in real we don't do like this. There is an other procedure for doing that, but just for a quick demonstration of SAP Fiori, we are doing that. So for my user ID, I will go, and for my user, this is my user. I will go to the change of my user. Then I will go to the roles section. There are some roles here assigned to me, but the role which I have copied from the Fiori catalog, Fiori reference library. Of course, don't expect that by giving this role, everything will automatically get worked out. No, there are some prerequisites to be enabled, to be activated. We will go through that. Just to right now, as our Fiori Launchpad is not showing any apps, I'm quickly demonstrating this. We will discuss these details very in detail. Okay. So this particular business role, I am granting to my user ID here. I have done this. The role activate and then save my user details. It got saved. As I have added a new role to my user ID, that means whatever the Fiori apps that are part of that role are granted to me or added to my user ID or enabled for my user ID. If I click a refresh of my screen or if I relog into my Fiori Launchpad, now I am getting so many set of apps, some sales overview apps, some inbox apps, some sales orders apps. Actually, I don't require all these apps. Why these many apps are loaded? Of course, I did not add only that particular app. I have added that whole role. That role contains all these apps. Because of that, but you observe these are all about the sales based apps only. It will be like that only. The standard role, the standard business role, if you grant, so many stuff will automatically come to user. And in this one, somewhere you will have that import sales orders apps. And if you observe here, some apps are showing like a tile, like a square box here. You can click on that, you can make that app work. But if you click on that here, if you click on this tile, we cannot ensure that this particular Fiori app will 100% work because about this Fiori tile, yes, there is an app, but whether it is in active mode, is it activated in the background or not? We did not check that yet. Unless it is all the relevant components of this particular app are in the active mode, that app will not work, though it will appear on your Fiori Launchpad. Like manage customer materials. Let me click on the Fiori tile. So first time when we are uh, doing the Fiori tiles access, it may take a little amount of time, but next time onwards it will get executed fast. Sometimes though you click on the tab, if you are not getting any UI, any screen, if nothing is coming out over there for you, that means the relevant components of that particular app are not yet activated in our system. We have to go there, we have to activate that, but how to find that, how to activate, we will see that just in a while. Just come back. It's not getting anything over there. Let's go to this one, my sales overview, or you have, it should work. Or you have usually takes more time because it contains a lot of components within it. Fine, let it come. But somehow I have quickly, I just run through this entire processor team just for show you some content over the Fiori Launchpad. We will discuss those topics once again in a very clear-cut manner. If you come down here, there are some apps which are coming like a tile, but there are some apps which are not coming like a tile, but which are coming like a link here. Yes, it is our wish, our choice. If you don't want to waste the space here, right, because this particular app I don't use very frequently. So I don't want to make this one appear like a square box. Just instead of that one small line, one small link kind of thing, it is coming. Still, if I click on this, the same thing will open. If I click on this tile also, it will same thing will open. But which one you wanted to show like a tile, or which one you wanted to show like a link, that you can customize, that you can change. Like every user can edit that, can change that. Once if the user is logged into the screen, there is an option here, edit home page. From here, majority of the things can be adopted by the end user. End user can able to make a lot of changes on his Fiori Launchpad according to his wish. For suppose, being a sales representative, you just assume that all sales relevant apps are given to this guy. There are about 100 Fiori apps, but he don't want to see, he don't want to load his Fiori Launchpad screen, get loaded with all these 100 Fiori apps at once. Some of the apps he don't want to see at all. He can go to edit home page. He can, disable some of the apps. Here under sales overview, he doesn't want customers overview. He just want only my sales overview. Let him off this app. Here I off one app, here I have off, and here under sales orders, there are so many things. This absolute stuff, I don't want to import sales orders. Actually, this is our purpose for which we came up over there. But some of the apps which he don't wanted to see on everyday basis, he can disable them and then let him go to close. Done. You see, his launchpad now changed. Earlier there is one more tile here that is gone. Under sales overview, earlier there were 2 apps, now one is gone. Under sales orders, earlier there were 11 tiles, but now it is showing only 4, which he did from here, from this edit home page section. Not only edit home page section team, here additionally he can create his own groups. So these are all called groups which are appearing on the top of the list. Now he can create his own group, like we do create our own folders, right? Own packages. Similarly, we can create our own group. Some of the most frequently used apps we can put together under this group. So this kind of play also, one end user can make it on his side. Apart from this, one major important aspect is there, that is called key user extensibility. So key user extensibility is a big topic. We will discuss that. So with the key user extensibility, the end user without any programming knowledge can able to adapt to the application. So here, this is just nothing. This is very small thing. Edit home page is only about editing your desktop wallpaper on your laptop, on your computer. As simply we can personalize our desktop, our font sizing, our zoom sizing, and then different desktop background colors. It is just something like that. What he wanted to see, what he doesn't want to see, that he can do from the edit home page. But key user extensibility is different. Key user extensibility is a permission basically that we are letting the user to do, and by using that he can able to make so many changes directly within the application, like about changing the titles of the applications, changing the labels of the applications, setting up different filter criteria parameters, etc., without any programming stuff, like enhancements. As we do enhancements in our SAP applications, but which will be done directly in the system. through some coding effort only. So key user extensibility is about extending your SAP Fiori applications with the changes, whatever that are required for the business. Still, even those which cannot be done through that concept of key user extensibility, certainly we need to make that extensions happen through some coding features only. We will see that. So key user extensibility we will see. And once if the corresponding roles, I just given only one role. Just by giving one role itself, this user got loaded with so many sales relevant tabs. So now that itself is showcasing that it is not the right approach, right? So instead of giving that standard role, we will create a custom role. We will combine around 10 to 15 apps, which are mostly required for this user. Why should I load? Even though he is a sales manager, but still even he doesn't require these many apps to be get loaded on his Fiori Launchpad. How do we customize? That we will see. Right? The key user extensibility is a concept through which the users can able to make the required extensions, like if import sales orders, if this app works for us, some input field is there, some buttons are there. Here he cannot able to adapt UI option will come here because that permission, that roles are not granted to this user ID, so that he cannot able to adapt it. So import name, instead of that he can change his titles, he can add some additional filters to this buttons changes, whatever that is possible within that Fiori app that we can do. Create sales orders when I go. But if I click on this tile, something is coming up to me. But how that application UI is created? Like as I said, every application will not come directly because that respective OData services are activated or not, UI5 services are activated or not. We should check all that prerequisites first. But here I just loaded this Fiori Launchpad to show you something. Earlier, we used to have these kind of headings. These are called groups. But now, in the recent Fiori Launchpad Fiori 3.0 guidelines, SAP has introduced a concept called spaces. Spaces and pages that is even more beautifully aligning your Fiori Launchpad experience. Now, groups are eventually getting dropped out, and in that place, we are coming up with a concept called spaces and pages. We do create spaces, within spaces we do create pages, within pages we do add sections, within sections we will add the tiles. So that is bringing more place basically for arranging your Fiori content over the launchpad, and more look and feel we are able to experience. More layout arrangements we can able to make up with that new concept: spaces, pages, sections, and tiles. But the one which currently you are looking at is a very old Fiori appearance. Still, people will go and use this one only, in which only the groups information will come. But now instead of groups, the space concept comes in. So if you go to the settings, in the settings, here the end user can change the themes, whatever themes he wanted to see. And here if you I will enable that user permissions to change that, and then we will try that. I'll show you that. So this is how Fiori works. But the moment when I click on this application, right? If I click on this tile, something is coming up, something is opening up for me. But how that application is created, by using what technology that application has developed. Is it all about SAP UI5 only? No, not compulsory. Might be this particular track sales orders. When I click on this application, if something gets open for me, if one UI comes to me, yeah, some application is coming to me. When I open the track sales orders, let it get loaded. some details are coming up. It's a nice application, I agree. But how this application is developed, how this application is created, and people have written what language, what code have they written for developing this application? Have they used JavaScript and HTML controls? Nothing but a complete SAP UI5 application? Maybe. This could be an SAP UI5 application. Or is this application currently what I am watching here on the screen? Was it in any web printer application? Yes, maybe. It could be a web printer app application. Or it could be an SAP transaction, a traditional SAP transaction. Or it might be any other applications that any other technology that might have been used behind the development of this application. Or it could be SAP Fiori Elements application as well. But somehow some application is coming, some nice fonts, nice appearance, nice button appearance is coming. Here I have multiple switches. Here I can go to object list. Here I can go to list based appearance. I can able to see here this is, and this is object based with more details. It is coming up and it is letting me to filter the required columns, whichever columns I wanted to see, like my ALV reports. In your ABAP ALV reports, what columns you wanted to see, and you can set the various sort criteria for your fields. You can set the filter criteria and grouping of the fields, the grouping criteria, all this. This is all inbuilt features that are coming up. But here if you see the create button, so from here I can create a new sales order, and a lot of buttons are also enabled here. That coding is also enabled here. But how this application is designed, there are so many flavors, there are so many mechanisms, so many frameworks which are available for development of this sort of application to us. Among that, SAP UI5 is one of that. What is that SAP UI5? Using SAP UI5, one can develop a very nice, beautiful Fiori application. Nothing but web application, I mean to say. What every time we are calling Fiori application, it is coming as such as like a generic word for us. Simply to say SAP UI5 application is also a web application which we are configuring, which we are accessing through Fiori Launchpad. But it's not compulsory that it can be run only through the Launchpad. That UI5 application can be executed as like a standalone application as well, or it can be used anywhere else. Isn't it? Agree or not? It can be a web application as well. So SAP UI5 is one technology in which the UI5 developers will see it, will understand. They are very good with their JavaScript skill set, and they are so strong in designing some freestyle programming. So they will use so many HTML controls. They will code them. They will design the application with nice scrolling while working on the application. They can able to play some music in the background in the application. Some nice also will get played behind that application. Nice scrolling will come over the application. Anything that they can do over their freestyle application. It is one kind of technology development. But if we have already created any application before in your web app, same thing. We don't spend again our time. We don't put our effort again once again in making a new SAP UI5 application. Rather, let's bring that WebDrimpro ABAP application configure over here. And when I click on this tile, that WebDrimpro ABAP application will come and opens for me over there. That is how the entire Fiori stuff, the Fiori stuff is working together. In this, other than SAP UI5, SAP UI5 is a full-blown programming framework for developing enterprise-grade web applications by using various skills like JavaScript and your HTML skills, style sheets, and on top of that, the content, the backend content access with the help of OData service access. Because the UI5 developer can develop an application but from where the data is getting pulled out, from where the data is getting accessed, it has to come from your backend SAP server. In the backend SAP server, in your SAP S/4HANA server, your ABAP developers will develop a service. That service only we are calling like OData service. This UEFI guy will consume that service, will call that service, and by the way, he is accessing the required information, maybe for reading or for writing, for both directions, depend on how that service is developed. He is consuming, he is calling that service from his UEFI application, and finally, the life has come to that UEFI application. We can do that. We can develop that. But it is going to be done by SAP UI5 skilled developers. They need to have certain skill set for developing UI5 applications. But very nice technology, very powerful technology, and very top grade applications we can develop. But it's a time consuming process. It will take some time because it has to be coded, it has to be designed as such. But is there a way through which we can able to develop, may not be the upgrade applications like what we can do in SAP UI5, but some simple applications as I have shown before. So is there a way that SAP has thought of, like, can we use a very simplest way through which we can develop a UI5 application, we can develop a Fiori application, a simple Fiori application, a very simplest Fiori application without any knowledge on SAP UI5. Then SAP has designed some kind of techniques by using annotations and other stuffs, which actually today we are calling like Fiori elements. So at that times, SAP has introduced a concept called ABAP programming for Fiori, ABAP programming model for Fiori. SAP ABAP programming model for Fiori. That is the concept is introduced, but now it is, I mean to say, like, it is outdated. We are not using that at this moment. That is the birth of SAP Fiori elements. One ABAP developer without any skill set, without much knowledge on SAP UI5 also, but he knows from which tables the data has to be pulled out. He knows how to create the OData service. Just by learning a few more skills on his own about annotations, he can also create such a nice, beautiful web application, but without any knowledge on the UI side, without much skill set about the UI designing. The framework is automatically taking care of that. For example, as most of you are here are from ABAP background, ALV reports are the best examples. You will create an internal table. You will fetch all the data from your internal table. From the database tables into your internal table. Then you will prepare the field catalog. What is that field catalog? In that field catalog, you will specify the details, what fields to be displayed, what fields to be colored, what columns to be colored, and what is the order of the fields, and what fields to be shown in icons, rather the values, right? And what fields to be shown like checkboxes. So that field catalog you are preparing. So there you are describing the UI appearance directly in your ABAP code itself. And when you run that ALV report, that ALV output is coming completely as you framed, with the required colors, with the required elements, with the required features, icons, input fields, everything, isn't it? Similarly, ABAP programming model for SAP Fiori is also the concept that SAP introduced, in which they have introduced some more language features called annotations in your CDS views, by using which anyhow you will be writing your select statement for fetching the required data from the databases. On top of that, if you can write these annotations also The job is done. The job is done. Your application is ready. Directly your application will get open. Fantastic. Simply UI5 developer will see and watch. Hey, how did you create this? You will say it is magic. Hey, earlier you reached me for developing this application, but now you yourself has done this one. Yes, of course, SAP has helped me in developing this complete application with my ABAP skill set itself that we can do. So that is how template-based application developments are introduced, through which we can develop the Fiori applications team. But eventually, that concept only evolved with much more features. That concept only got evolved with much more features, much more capabilities, which today we are calling like ABAP RAP, Restful Application Programming. So prior to this Restful Application Programming, also similar model was there, SAP programming model for SAP Fiori, which eventually evolved with more features, more benefits, with more features within itself, and today which we are calling like SAP RESTful Application Programming. By using this RESTful Application Programming model, we can able to develop applications with your skill set of ABAP only. This framework called RESTful Application Framework is available today as a standard programming model starting from S4HANA 2021 onwards. This is declared as a standard programming model for S4HANA 2021 developments. We will see how it works, what we are making. But why we are learning RESTful application programming is for the purpose of developing simple Fiori applications in a more easiest way. Developing one complete end-to-end application in a more easiest way. Developing transactional applications in a very convenient way, through which you can able to enable the create, update, delete, and read operations also very conveniently. Almost all like you are reducing the need of UIFI developers in your projects to very minimal node. But still, is it a completely replacing SAP UI5? No. SAP UI5 is a full-fledged, full-blown programming language. So definitely we will be having some limitations within it. When the requirement comes to make a freestyle development, completely customized development, in that cases, definitely we should go for SAP UI5. Even then also, this RAP will contribute to a certain extent of developing those applications also, that we will see, that we will discuss. So that is the introduction part over there, team. So hope you are able to see my screen. So this is the T code we have for launching your Fiori Launchpad from your SAP screen. If you know the URL directly, you can open the browser and you can type the URL. Even if you don't know the URL, Fiori Launchpad you can launch from here. Okay, so Tim, this is the T code for launching your Fiori Launchpad. You just go there. If any warning is, if any decision is coming, just say hello. It will launch your Fiori Launchpad, and you can log into your Fiori Launchpad with your same SAP login user credentials. Provide your SAP login credentials. Just from SAP GUI, from your SAP GUI, you enter this T code /n/UI2/Fiori Launchpad. I'm writing it in the chart window. Okay. Right. If you click on the create new button, click on connection. Then say user specified system. Next, in the description you write S/4HANA 2022. Right?
Yes.
And system ID A4H, capital letters. It is already there in the chart window. Dharma has already given system ID A4H. Then instance number
01.
And application server, that is also there in the chart window. S/4HANA 2022 dot the mdlabs.com. You put that as your enough. Finish. Click on finish. Then you double click on that entry again. Again, come back and double click on that entry. It's coming, right? The mdlabs.com. That is the application server ID. Now you will able to see one entry now, right? So team, if you observe over here, I think for everyone, this is the same thing, like no Fiori apps are configured for you. So that's the reason you are not able to access any Fiori applications on your Fiori Launchpad. But in SAP system, there are so many standard Fiori apps, standard apps which are already there, which SAP already categorized into various groups and also into various roles. So once if you identify any one required app, and if you come to know the relevant role of that app, then by giving that role to your user ID, you can able to access that applications on your Fiori Launchpad that I have demonstrated. Let us now all of you activate, assign one of the standard roles. Let's assign one of your any one of the standard roles to your role, to your user ID, and let us see some apps appearing on your Fiori Launchpad. So to identify that, you should go to SAP Fiori apps reference library. In the Google, you type that SAP Fiori apps, SAP Fiori reference library. The first link you can get, you can go there as you are watching on the screen. So here, let's choose all the apps of S/4HANA 2022. Better filter the apps for only S/4HANA on-premise. So click on SAP S/4HANA. And in this, you will go to all apps. Again, within this, you filter the apps specific to your SAP S/4HANA version. Click on the filter. There are so many filter options will come here. Okay, in that filter, you choose the background product version. Product version background. Now scroll down, not this. Product version backend component. So there you go and choose your SAP S/4HANA 2022. Scroll, because right now we are working in S/4HANA 2022. Let us choose that one. Okay. Then say go. So these are the S/4HANA 2022 relevant apps list came to you. Now you choose any one app. For example, cash flow analyzer is there. Second app. Click on that. So here, before even we go down, first we should set the correct product version in the top list. Just to do it slowly because others also following.
Yeah.
So choose S/4HANA 2022. And now team, this is the documentation of S/4HANA 2022. Any one app. So every one of you need not to choose about this app only. Let us choose one of the required apps from your end. So he has chosen cash flow analyzer. Somebody can choose some procurement apps, some sales apps or anything. He has chosen some finance app, being a cash manager role. Now we should identify the role which contains this particular app. But of course, you will get even lot many other apps also. You go to find out the role information, you should go to the second tab, implementation information section. There, go to the configuration section. No, not catalog, role.
Okay.
So this particular app actually is available in two different roles. It is available for cache manager role also. It is available for cache specialist role also. By assigning any one of these roles to your user ID, you will automatically get this cash flow analyzer application. So let us choose this SAP BR cache manager role. Let's copy that role. Then go to your SAP screen. Then go to your user administration. The transaction code for that is SU01. So let us choose only your user ID, respective user ID. Then go to the change mode. Then go to the roles section. There we can add that role details. That role is also added here. Let us save the user. Our user got updated. Now enough. Role is granted to the user. Enough. Now if you go to your Fiori Launchpad and if you refresh your Launchpad, so about that role, whatever the relevant collection of apps are there, all that apps are appearing for your user ID.
Yes, sir.
Now within that cash flow analyzer, that is the app you need, right? Where is that app? You find it out. Yeah, click on that. Click on refresh once. So looks the OData is not yet activated for this particular app. We will do that. Come back. Okay. So this is how anyone can identify the required app and the required role of that app. But of course, we are getting loaded with so many unwanted apps also. To avoid that, we need to create some custom catalogs and custom groups. We will see that as part of this course. Then by granting that custom role, we will be granting only the required 3-4 apps, 5-6 apps only to that user so that he can see only those apps. The rest of the unwanted apps will not appear for him. But even after you grant the role, though the app is appearing on the Fiori Launchpad, but still we cannot give the guarantee that that app will work 100% perfectly as expected, because the relevant sections of some relevant internal components of the app may not get activated, might not be there in the active mode. Unless we do activate them, that app will not function as expected. How do we do that? So anyone over this group who did that activities about service activation, OData service activation and SSF activation before? This is the business role. Some business role you are identifying about that app to assign that app to the user, right? But before that, if you scroll up, there is some SAP UI5 application which is related, which is actually the UI5 application belongs to that particular Fiori app. So we need to ensure that this particular UI5 application is active or not in your system. How do we check that? There is a path given here to the ICF node. We can go by this path name, or else we can just simply copy this technical name of that service. First, you have to activate the UEFI application, and after that, you should activate the OData service. These two components work together to make that application work 100% perfectly. We'll see, nothing but one is about the code, one is about the application design, second thing is about the data logic, the backend business data logic. That is your OData service and your UEFI application. So this particular UEFI application is currently activated or not, we need to check. Or check that, you copy that technical name of the UEFI application. First UEFI application section, you can go under this configuration part, or relevantly you can go to this ICF node as well. Okay, so copy one of this. In your SAP GUI screen, there is a transaction called, what is the T code team? You can go to the T code SACF. Here you can type the service name that you copied from there. You click on execute. It will automatically show you that navigation path, right? Or else you can just go step by step about this navigation path also. Here you will identify that UI5 component. You right click on that and you check is it already activated or not. If it is already activated, you will see that active service is disabled here because it is already activated. If you want, you can deactivate that service. If that service is deactivated, no matter what, in the entire company, all Fiori users, this particular service, because it is deactivated, so that application will not get opened on their Fiori launchpads. It is just one control. It is not like every user is doing it independently for their own app separately. This is just only one centralized application which is there in the server. So if you deactivate this service, that means you are not deleting that. Application is there, just you are switching off that. If it is switched off, then that particular application might be 100 users, different users in different places using that app. But from the next day onwards, from that moment onwards, that app will not get opened for them. Tile will be there on the Fiori launchpad, but application will not get accessed because you have deactivated that service in the backend. You have switched off that particular app. If it is already activated, then you don't need to do anything. You can just leave it aside simply because it is already in the active mode. So that is the first step number one. Step number one is about ensure the UI5 components of that particular application are active or not. Second thing, you have to, if there are multiple components, you have to check whether all of them are activated or not. All right. The second thing is we need to ensure the OData service is activated or not. Again, that one also we need to do in the backend system. Let us copy that OData service name here. So first we have checked the relevant UI5 applications are active or not in the system from the transaction code SACF. In case if they are not, if you not found them, they are inactive, you need to activate them. Just click on that activate icon. Simple, nothing else more. It will automatically get activated. Next, the OData service activation or registration also we can call it as. Let us copy the name of the OData service. Then in your SAP system, go to the T code IWFND main underscore service. I will ping this T code in the chart window for everyone's notice. This is the T code it is. So this T code you can go for. So many OData services are already registered here in this gateway server. In case if your OData service about that particular app, if it is not yet registered here, we need to go to add service and register that. But how do we know whether that service is already registered here or not? Whether that service is already activated here or not? That you can find from this filter section. You go to the filter section. Here you type the OData service that you have copied. I'm sorry, not this.
Not this.
Okay. From your Fiori reference library, this is the name of your OData service. Right?
Copy
that name
and
go here. And but when you directly put here, you will not able to search that because while if this service is already registered here, at the time of service activation, that G will get added even to the standard services also. So better you put some star because there might be some prefixes or postfixes might get added. So better while searching, put star before and after when you are searching for the service to identify whether this service is already activated or not. Let us go continue. Yeah. So if some list came here, that means when you go to filter, when I search the service with filter, when you find something here, that means that service already registered here. That service already got registered here. That's why it is appearing here. In case if you not find any entry here, if it is not yet activated, you will not find anything on the screen. It will be blank here. When you go to the filter, at that time you will go to this add service button. So if you not found anything, that means that service not yet added, right? You go to that service. So here you will paste that service name, technical service name. System alias you will choose as local. You type the service name and choose this checkbox co-deployed because we are using embedded setup. So in that case, we should choose this checkbox co-deployed and then click on enter. Because it is already registered, so you will not find it is clearly saying backend services already added. Otherwise, that service name will come here. You will check the select box and you will click on add selected service.
Select services.
Automatically, that service will get added, activated, or registered, whatever the name, and you will see the entry like this. For any of your, like earlier cash flow analyzer app, you checked it, Chandra, right? Earlier, that cash flow analyzer application you have enabled in your Fury Launchpad. So we need to ensure that whether that OData service is already registered or not in the system. So by using the same processor, nothing team, just we have to add the package. Let's choose local object. Click on local object. Continue. So for one of his application, that application not yet, that OData service not yet registered. So he is doing it now. It is created and its metadata also loaded successfully. You got a confirmation. Now, as that service added, you go back. Yeah, click on the back button. Now, if you go to filter and type the service, earlier nothing has shown, but now it will showcase here that you can able to see your OData service. So once these two things are done, that is about your UFA SICF service activation and your OData service activation, then your application will work. So right now you have added, right? Now you open the cash flow analyzer application from the launchpad. Refresh it once.
Oh, refresh. Oh, no, it's loaded.
Yeah, click on go button. In case if there is any data, that also will get displayed over there. I think date criteria you have given today date. Remove the date filter also. No, remove the date value.
Yeah.
And time period also remove. Okay, it's a mandatory fields. Now it's mandatory fields. You should provide some date. Anyhow, it is working, right? Earlier
it was no loading.
Right. Yeah, right. So no data is there. Test data is not there. So you are not getting any output. In case if there is any relevant data in the system, you will be able to get it. So this is the procedure team by using which we can ensure any standard Fury application will work out for you. Any standard SAP Fury applications work for your team. Just only you need to activate that SACF service and the relevant OData service. Those two services, if you find those two are in active mode, your application will exactly works fine. There is other processor actually doing of these activations that is called rapid activations. In one go, you can activate multiple OData services or multiple SACF services at once And not only that, parallelly it will create a G role, G custom role also, and that custom role we can grant to your users. So normally earlier we used to do this activation process for every app separately, for every individual app separately. But I wanted to activate all the OData services and all the SSCF services about this business role. So suppose we have identified this business role. What is this business role? Here I have taken. What is the business role I taken? SAP BR internal sales representative. So under this business role, there are so many Fiori applications are there. Instead of I go by each application, identify OData service, activating, SSAF service, activating. Instead of that, if you wanted to activate in a single go, all the components under this role, right? We can do that. That is called mass activation or rapid activation. If you wanted to do that, there are some predefined tasks in your system. So many tasks about system setup activities, system backup activities, like that. One of that task is Fiori activations. By using that task, we can do that. For that, what the T code is, I think STOC. So the T code for mass activation is STC01. We can come back. So this is the business role we have identified about one of your apps. But under this business role, there are so many other apps also. Even about that apps, every app will have that two components: one UFA service, one OData service, one or more than one, whatever. But that UFA service and OData service to be activated. To activate all the UFA services and OData services of all the apps which are part of this role, which are coming under this role. If you wanted to activate all of them together at once, instead of doing for each app individually, we can go to this T code STC01, but you don't perform any activities here, team. So under this task list, you can see so many standard tasks. As I said before, most of these tasks are done by or used by basis people very regularly on their day-to-day jobs, like about client creations, client copying, client refresh, everything. About BW, some activities are there. So many standard task list is there, use list it is. Within this, there is one task here, SAP Fiori content activation. This one we can use. SAP Fiori content activation, we can execute that task. Then we can select the task first, and after we select the task, we can click on this execute button, generate a task list run. So it will execute actually some series of activities. So all these series of steps will get executed one after one as part of this task. We can schedule this in background, we can schedule this directly. So here, if you observe here, what it is doing, it is first identifying all the required apps. Then after that, it set the transport request. Then it will determine the OData services for the roles. Then it activate all the OData services by go to this transaction code. Exactly. This is the same code you are also using. And then it is identifying all the SSCF roles, and all SSCF roles from SSCF, all Fiori services also it is activating. After that, it is creating a new business roles, custom role it is creating. The custom role is also getting created with the prefix Z. And then it will create users also. If you, by default, it is not selected. In case if you selected this, it will create some users also. With the Z users, it will create. And then this new G role, which is getting generated, it will tag to that users. But usually we don't select this because we don't want to create new users additionally just for granting this role. So we don't check only for the already existed users only. We will grant this G role. Even if you don't want the G role to be created, we can uncheck this. So which tasks to be run, which are not required, we can select and deselect here. And now the role information. You can go to this edit section. Here, enter the list of SAP business roles to be activated. You can go to this information over here. Here I can paste the role, whichever I copied from this, from here, from the reference library that we can put here. Not taking. Now it comes in edit mode. Oh, sorry. Here I did not select this checkbox. You select this task also. Actually, not required this one. You can directly paste the role that from here. Otherwise, if you come to this second step, earlier it was not there. If you come to this second step, if you go to that edit mode, these are all the standard roles. Among this, the role which actually you wanted to activate, nothing but the apps of which role you wanted to activate, that role information you can find here. You can, yeah, this is the role. I can select that simply. Or you can select multiple roles also together at once, like everything under these two roles, whichever are there, I wanted to activate. You can do like that also. That is one option. Otherwise, if you wanted to directly paste the role, you select the first checkbox, then go to this edit icon. So now here you can paste it. SAP BR Internal Sales Representative or SAP BR Cash Manager, SAP BR Cash Specialist, whatever the business role that is there. You can choose that. Then second step not required because you have already added that role here. If you go to this second step, you are already given the role name. So definitely that will be automatically coming here as a selected. So scroll down now. Yeah, here. You see, the checkbox I did not put automatically because I given the role name there. SAP BR Internal Sales Representative. It automatically came here as selected. That is fine. Then all the remaining tasks also will go on as it is, except not creating any new users. Custom role it is creating, but we are not letting any new users to be created there. And simply we can execute this task. If it is executed, it will take some time, but it will activate all the OData services and SSCF services under that business role. If anything, any failures are there, that statistics, that log information also, you can able to see at the bottom. Normally, basis people will do these activations upfront in your system, but it is sensitive. A lot of things will get activated over there. So just don't use that term, but it is there, which we call it as like rapid activations or mass activations about your Fiori apps. But those who does not have BTP trial account should also create one. So if you go to Google, then here if you type BTP trial account, some documentations you will get. Those are not important, but you type this one, SAP BTP cockpit. You will get this cockpit homepage, SAP BTP cockpit. Go to Google and then type SAP BTP cockpit. You will come to have this cockpit page. If you are already an user, you can directly sign in. If you don't have an account, you can register with your Gmail ID. But for that, you should have your Gmail ID. I mean, any personal email ID, not exactly Gmail or name to say, like your personal email ID, or you can use your corporate email ID also with your phone number, because one phone number verification also will be done. That is fine. You can do that. So once if you have this procedure is straightforward, you click on register, one form will come, you fill all the details and verification code will come to your phone. You confirm that, it will be creating the account. Once if your BTP account is created, you can go to this sign in option. As I have already signed in, so I'm directly accessing this BTP cockpit. So this BTP cockpit page will come. Those who have not yet created BTP trial account access, you can register from here team. Please do get it. And after that, you do sign into your BTP cockpit. Once you get sign in, I have multiple accounts. One of the account I'm using here with your Gmail ID, whatever the email that you have used for your trial account login creation. So before you create the account, first you will create a universal ID, that is SAP login ID credentials creation process. It will automatically guide you if you go there. Still, if you face any challenges, I will help you out with that. You can go to your trial account from here. So this is my BTP trial account. How this global account will get created? Under each global account, some sub accounts you will have. Between global account to sub account, even you will have directories also. You will be having multiple directories also in case if required to be created. Otherwise, that is fine. Global account, then global account will have sub account. That sub account will be having some name like a trial. So sub account, we should not think like your each user. No, sub account is not actually meant for your user ID. Okay, so like if you are three users, you three people will have three different sub accounts. No, that's not like that. That's under one sub account you will be having multiple users. So sub account is not indicating the user login information. Okay, I will cover that in next PPT. So you will be having your sub account here. When you are creating your BTP trial account, at the very beginning, it will ask you this is sub account you are creating for which country? Which country in the sense for which region? That means to say, for this trial, SAP has actually set up some, data centers, physical data centers in different geographical locations. So while creating your sub account, we will be choosing one of them. You will be getting this US East and Singapore Azure data center also. You can choose one of them for creation of your data center, for creation of your sub account, but don't choose that Singapore one because ABAP trial instance will not get created over there. So while creating your BTP trial account, you choose this US East Amazon Web Services region only because ABAP instance will get created here, but not in the Singapore based sub account. In case if your sub account is part of that, it will not be there. So you can click on your sub account tile. I will explain your team about BTP cockpit. I will make a very detailed walkthrough about this left hand side navigation panels and right hand side navigation panels, everything. So as I said, BTP is group of multiple components, multiple services that we can use. So what are the services available for my trial account? Here on the left hand side, you can choose service marketplace. If you go to service marketplace, it is showing that, yeah, these are all the services I'm ready to give you. ABAP environment you can use, SAP build apps you can use, business application studio you can use. SAP Build Workshop, you can use Build Process Automation, IRPA, Theme Designer, so many services. These are all the services collectively available in BTP account. Now, whichever service you wanted to use personally, you have to activate that. You have to enable that. Among these services, whichever are activated or enabled for your sub account, that list you can see. If you go to instances and subscriptions, if you go to this option, instances and subscriptions, whichever are already activated for you, that list will come here. So these are all I have already activated and I am using it, like Build Process Automation, Build Apps, Business Application Studio, etc. etc. So some will appear under subscriptions, some will appear under instances. Where ABAP will comes under instances, not under subscriptions. The difference also I will tell. If you scroll down, or else if you click on instances, your ABAP instance also will come. Your ABAP environment is also added over there along with the service key. This is service key also to be generated. After that only, we can use this ABAP instance from your Eclipse. Now, those who have not yet created BTP trial account, you begin the journey now. Create your account, create your BTP trial account. As I said, you enter BTP cockpit. From here, it will automatically guide you. First time, whoever not yet have the trial account, you can click on register. It is very clear, very simplest form. It will guide you completely. Still, if you face any challenge, I will tell. Once it is created, you can go for sign in. Once you do the sign in, you will come here. You will see some services are already subscribed. But if nothing is subscribed, these are the services required. All these are not required for this course. We need this one, SAP Business Application Studio. And also we will be using one ABAP instance.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP technology is used to create OData services for SAP RAP? Option A, ABAP CDS. Option B, SAP Gateway. Option C, SAP HANA. Option D, SAP Fiori. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a master at SAP RAP? Our course is right here, waiting for you. You can take it whenever you want on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Restful Application Programming. It's like a magic kit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough stuff to getting them where they need to be. Our course has it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you've got. And guess what? Our students love the course. Loads of folks just like you have found it super helpful. The best part, it's super affordable. Learning this much shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP Restful Application Programming Pro? Sign up on our page now, and for more info, head over to ZaranTech's website.
So we will begin with that. So we have done the prerequisite system setup about to get started our program. So this particular RAP developments about the RESTful application programming model. This is basically one kind of a programming model. When you look at your ABAP regular programs, right, there we use it to follow certain style. In case if you are developing a report program, we'll go to SAP where first we will start writing our report. And our report basically will consist of set of sequence of events, right, from starting from your initialization to head selection screen and all. And finally, about making the reports to get even more effective, we do handle interactive events as well. That is the sequence of steps that we follow for developing the report applications. Similarly, if you are working on some module programs, that's about creating screens first, then navigating from one screen to other screen, then creating the custom GUI status and titles, and handling the the event sequencing, about handling the PBO event and PI event, process before output, process after input. So there is a proper architectural framework is there. By understanding the framework, finally, and by understanding the sequence of steps to be followed, we would be in a position to develop an application there, screen application over there. Similarly for web input. As like that, about RAP applications also. So RAP is also a kind of application programming methodology, application programming framework, in which some series of steps we are going to perform, some kind of series of objects we are going to develop. Ultimately, at the end, finally, what is our target over there? And this RAP application programming, right, RESTful application programming, is finally landing where after our development, after we complete all of our basic essentials, basic objects that we are developing as per this particular framework. At the end, finally, you are ending up your development with the generation of one OData service. So is it then that OData service we have learned so far already about the OData service creation? OData service we have already created in our SCGW code. Then again the same OData service are we developing again in RAP also? Of course that is true. Here also again we are developing the OData service, but in a different way with more included stuff, included features within that. And this RESTful application programming methodology is finally letting you to develop. So this is basically an OData service development, which is going to build on top of your CDS views, which is going to get developed on top of your CDS views. And this alone is not just becoming like an OData service, which earlier we have developed, which is a very, very, very plain OData service, which can be consumed by any external clients or any UI developer just in terms of the database access. But in RESTful application programming, whatever the final product that is getting generating, that is nothing but a service. That is just not becoming like a plain OData service, which itself is becoming basic, but the basic nature you try to understand. Naturally, yes, it is an OData service, but equipped with n number of features within itself, which is finally letting to perform all kind of CRUD operations, and which is finally getting prepared with all sort of UI annotations also embedded within itself. So by using that particular service, the application can be developed straight away, right? Like your query elements application by the annotations that you have mentioned over here. Either that could be the purpose, like about to develop an UI application, about to develop an UI application, and for the development of UI application, the UI design guidelines, the UI design aspects, and the database logic, and also the operations about whether that particular application is just letting you to access the data from the database, or also are you going to perform about any create operations, update operations, and delete operations also on the database, whether that application should provide the provisions for the user for performing these operations as well. That all we are binding together, that all we are collectively together putting in this service building. So finally, at the end of the service development, you will be deciding whether the particular service we are going to develop is for a UI development purpose or for a web API purpose. Web API in the sense that is about some API which you are developing, which is going to be consumed by some external parties, any third party applications, which they wanted to interact with your SAP system in terms of performing various operations. So basically that service you are creating not for the purpose of developing one UI, it's not because for the purpose of making one UI, but for the purpose of making it available for external parties to interact with your SAP system that you will be choosing at the end, finally while doing the service binding operation. So that is how the step-by-step hierarchical approach it is taking up finally to develop one service. But this RESTful application programming methodology, this particular framework, what we are going to use is going to be the standard programming framework for both S/4HANA on-premise developments and also for cloud developments, but also for ABAP and BTP developments as well. So this is the latest and the best programming methodology that we have. Really, if you wanted to develop service-based applications, whether it is for on-premise environment or for BTP ABAP environment as well. So the concept remains the same here and there, which can be applicable on both sides. So RAP does not mean further, it is only for the purpose of cloud on BTP, ABAP on BTP stack, but also equally the same concept, the same methodology that we can apply, that we can use for our on-premise environment also. Even in our upcoming sessions, we will try to develop some applications both for on-premise environment also and also with the ABAP on BTP. And we will begin with the basic definition of RAP and the building blocks of RAP, the building blocks of RAP development, and for which what are the prerequisites that are, the prerequisite skills that are important actually, to get into this particular space, to get into this particular area of developments more in deeper. And for that, the prerequisites, we will try to just quickly give a recap on the prerequisite skills. Those are nothing but your object oriented ABAP skills and your basic OData skills and your basic CDS skills. So these are the three essentials, the basic skills that are required, because in RAP also you are not doing anything else more than these things, but in a different way. In a different way, we are working on these on the development of CDS views and on the development of OData services completely according to this framework. But even prior to that, these concepts existed. Even before RAP introduced, these concepts are introduced, right? About whether it is your CDS views or your OData services or about your object-oriented programming also. I know some of you are have a very decent understanding on the areas because of your past experience, and some are just have a basic understanding on that, and some are just very new to some of those areas. So instead of, because definitely we cannot go more in detailed explanation about those areas, but definitely we will have a quick recap on your object-oriented skill set and on your basic OData and CDS skill sets also. So it will just revise your existing skills, and also in our discussion we will be coming to know, at least I'm sure, certainly some of the new things we will come to know out of our discussion also within the plans. Right. So introduction to RAP. So RAP is basically an architecture, as the definition it gives. It is an architecture for development of SAP HANA optimized. Of course, right now all of our ABAP developments are about HANA optimized developments. So HANA optimized developments in the sense we are making that development by keeping the power of HANA, by making our developments by leveraging most of the power that is produced in the SAP HANA database. So RAP is an architecture for development of SAP HANA optimized core data services. As I said before, the RAP is finally making you to end up your development with the generation of an OData service. And for what purpose are we developing the OData service? Either for the purpose of developing one query application, or else by generating that service for the purpose of a web API. So if it is creating for the purpose of web API, while developing that application, while developing that service itself, certain things we will avoid, because it is purely going to become a web API. So in which there is no UI aspect coming into picture, so that we will be avoiding the annotations part while the service development. But in other way, if the service we are making for the purpose of a query application, then that metadata extensions also we will include as part of our service, because finally it is going to produce one UI screen as well. So this is available in the products like SAP BTP ABAP environment, and also for SAP S/4HANA Cloud, and also on the application server which are there from ABAP 7.56 or above. So in other words to say, from SAP S/4HANA 2021, in 2020 also you can develop RAPs, but from 2021 onwards, RAP applications will work absolutely fine in your on-premise environments I'm talking about. So this is based on CDS skill set, your basic CDS skill set, and also about basic custom logic skills, and also uses some of SAP UIFI skills here and there a little bit, but not more on that area. So ABAP RESTful Application Programming Model is the centerpiece of ABAP Cloud Development Model for effectively building cloud-ready transactional business applications. Earlier, when it comes to the core OData services, mostly they were intended for the read. Of course, in OData, you can implement the CRUD operations as well, but for every of the CRUD operations, the OData entities have to be executed by the respective HTTP methods separately, like get method, put method, post method, etc. from the UIFI development. So, but here, by the concept of business objects and behavioral definitions that are all going to be merged within your OData definition. Anyhow, once you start developing your RAP artifacts one after one, you will understand that concept and the beauty that they have merged into this. Efficiently for building cloud-ready transactional business applications and business extensions on SAP BTP environment, on SAP S/4HANA Cloud, SAP S/4HANA Cloud ABAP environment, and also starting from 1909 they would just introduce you, but 2020 onwards it works fine. S/4HANA 2020 on-premise version onwards. So you heard about it, extensions. So extensions are nothing but about making some new developments instead of making the new developments to take place in your core system. There is a concept introduced called keep core clean, right? So in keep core clean concept, like any futuristic extensions if you wanted to make, any new developments if you wanted to make, instead of making the new developments directly on your core system within your core, like any G developments in other words to say, we are actually SAP is coming up with the concept called side-by-side extensions. That means the new developments, the new extensible applications which you wanted to make, instead of doing that directly in your core system, SAP is recommending to bring that developments into your cloud environment to make that extensions happen over the BTP environment. That is what SAP is actually calling it side-by-side extensions. So in which that new application completely is getting born over the BTP only. While making that new extension on BTP, we have different approaches again to choose. If your core skill set is on ABAP, there is a programming architecture that is provided. It is called RAP. But if your core team still is not about ABAP, but if your developer community, in your teams, in your projects, if most of the developers are coming up with some Java skill set or Node.js skill set, then another programming facility provided by SAP, that is called your CAP, Cloud Application Programming Model. So these are the two different programming frameworks that are introduced, that are available on SAP BTP. By using any one of them, the choice is absolutely depend on the backend developer skill set, whether you wanted to go for RAP or for CAP. But by using one of these frameworks, of course, other environments also there, which are available in BTP, but these are the most widely used frameworks for making your side-by-side extensions on SAP BTP. So what it includes? So RAP consists of set of concepts, tools, languages within itself, like CDS language, like VML language, like ABAP language, multiple languages together we are going to use in your RAP developments anyhow. So RAP consists of set of concepts, tools, languages, and very powerful frameworks that help the developers to build innovative cloud-ready SAP Fiori applications. APIs also, local and web APIs also, and it is easily extend the SAP standard applications on the ABAP platform, but in the cloud, as well as you can consider the same thing as I already said for your on-premise environment as well. So RAP offers a standard development flow based on OData services on your CDS, based on the CDS, based on your ABAP language, and business services, and also the tool, the framework tool that we are using is about Eclipse-based ABAP development tools. So this point also we covered yesterday. So this is the evaluation that happened before we come up to this ABAP RESTful application programming model that what we are talking right now. So our journey started from classic ABAP programming. Of course, everyone over here knows about that. From the classic ABAP programming, we moved on to ABAP programming model for SAP Fiori, but which itself is having certain limitations within that. I know some of you might have explored something about. You will find a lot of similarities using BOP if you use it to go develop that ABAP programming model for SAP Fiori. Same, developing the Fiori elements based on your CDS and annotations only. You will find a lot of similarities because the same conceptually it is the same thing, but it got evolved with more features, and today we arrived here to this architecture that is your ABAP RESTful application programming model. So this is available in this components too. ABAP RESTful application programming model, you can make it happen in these environments. One is on your SAP BTP ABAP environment, which you have enabled in your BTP account yesterday, and also on SAP S/4HANA cloud environments, and also, so or else you can also call it as like SAP S/4HANA cloud ABAP, and on your local on-premise environments, on-premise S/4HANA systems, in which your ABAP application server version is above 5.6, above 7.56. So if you go to our SAP S/4HANA system, here you can check that, right? So if you go to system and if you go to status, irrespective of your version of your SAP S/4HANA, it's depend on your ABAP. So here you can see that. So your installed product versions you can see, and here you can see your ABAP version as well, which is 7.5 above 7.5H. So your SAP basis version is including 7.57. So it is above 7.56 and above. Yes, we can able to make RAP developments happen in your on-premise environment also. That you can check from here. How did we come there? What is your ABAP version that you are using? You can go to, after we log into your SAP system, you can go to system menu, then you can go to status, then you can click on this magnifier icon. Then here you can see the installed software component versions, and here you can see the release version of your ABAP and basis. So it is possible right now, even in the training environment that is provided to us, that also we have verified here. So these are the three important layers when we going to start our RAP development team, and these terms continuously will come to us, and this slide also will continuously repeat in our discussions, in our explanations, because we are going to touch each one of these layers very in detail, because this is the building blocks. This is the hierarchical development of your RAP service. First, your RAP development will start with the data modeling and behavior. That is the stage one. What is called data modeling? What is called behavior? Behavior definition, behavior implementation. We will talk about that. First, let us go on a overall architectural understanding, and after that, each section, because that is what actually we are learning in this entire course. What we are learning, if anything, if you are learning, that is nothing but about the very in detailed understanding of these three layers. That's it. This is your RAP development. Your RAP development consists of the data modeling and behavior developments. So just in a short, I will give a small brief introduction about these areas, and detailed we will talk on the go. So the data modeling, this talks about what is the business entity that you are going to deal with in that particular service development. But as I said before, RAP development we are making finally to produce one service, one OData service, right? Our end result is an OData service, right? OData service is basically there for handling about certain business entities, about some business information. Maybe it is maybe handling about some materials data or about some sales order data or about some purchase order data. Then what is the content basically that is going to be processed by that service, whether it is for reading purpose or whether it is for write purpose, or whether you are going to create a sales order or you are going to read the sales order, whether it is read operation or write operation, that is next level. But what is the business entity going to be built by that service, that you will define as a data model. So data model is describing the business entity, the set of fields. Again, about the material, what is the information of the material that should be the part of that service that we are going to make in our data model. That is called modeling the business content that we do create by using your CDS skills. By creating a CDS view, we will be creating that data model. Once if the data model is created, even in the creation of data model, there are so many topics that we need to discuss. We will come to that place slowly. So I'm trying to just give the first level definitions only. After that, we will go on. So that is about your data model. Once if the data model is created, that is nothing but your CDS views are created. Then we will be going for the behavior. So this behavior is something, so which is a repository object which we are making on your data model. If the data model is created, basically it is talking about the fundamental business entity. That means the set of fields, the structure of the business information that you wanted to make as part of this service. But on the fields, what do you wanted to perform? What operations you wanted to perform? What actions you wanted to perform? Okay, some material model you have created, and material data model you have created. Now, on that material data model includes like material code, material description, material measurements, material size, and material properties, etc. On top of that, what are your actions that you wanted to perform? That we will define as a behavior. So the behavior is going to build on top of your data model. Even while creating this data model, that CDS view also, we will be creating like CDS view entity, not CDS view. Not CDS view, we are creating CDS view entity. Both are different. CDS views are different, CDS view entity is different. This is a new introduction actually added on top of your traditional CDS views. Has anyone worked on CDS view entities team here? Define view and define view entity? Because most of the people might not, they might have seen, I'm sure, they might have seen only the CDS view creation, but not CDS view entities. We will do that. So once if the data model is created, what are the operations and actions you are going to perform on that data model that you will be creating as a behavior. And this behavior also will take place in two parts, behavior definition and behavior implementation. Simply you can compare with your object-oriented ABAP class concept. In a class, the class development will take place in two parts, right? Class definition and class implementation. In class definition, you will mention all the attributes, methods, events, what are to be the part of the class. And after that, in the implementation, class implementation, you will be writing the in detailed coding about each of the method of the class. Like that, one class development will take place in two sections, in two parts, class definition and class implementation. Similarly, here also, the behavior definition and behavior implementation will be done. So with that, the first layer of RAP development you have done. Then you will come to the business service provisioning. In this business service provisioning, you will be starting, sorry, someone asked anything? Okay, I get something. In the business service provisioning, we will be starting our first step about the service definition and service binding, and finally we will be going for the service consumption. So like that, it will be taking into 3 layers. The next slides anyhow will explain the internal components, these 3 layers of your RAP development. But anyhow, team, our RAP development consisting of these 3 layers. Your development is taking from first step 1, from there to step 2, then from there to the step 3. 3 levels of development. We will be starting first with this, then we will go for the next sections also. Just for the terminology, because most of you are just getting into a new world, new framework. So first let us become familiar about the different terminology that is coming over. Then practically we will see things. The first part, as we talk about data modeling and behavior. So data model is basically collection of different entities involved in your business scenario. Maybe, for example, like airlines, flight routes, flight schedules, in case if it is about a travel-based application or any other. And also at the same time, we are going to, while making that data model itself, we are going to take care of your parent-child relationship also. This parent-child relationship building is very, very important while making your data model. We will talk about that. Just make an underline of the parent-child relation. So in technical terminology, that is called composition. In your normal traditional CDS views, you might have seen associations, right? While creating the CDS view, you have seen about the association. So association is something like a generic relation only, but composition is a very strong relation. It has a strong binding between the parent and child. In association, both entities, two different entities, you will try to connect with each other, but both are actually behaves independently. They don't have interdependency on each other. But when it comes to the composition, the child entity cannot exist without having the parent entity. That is how they do behave. We will see that when we are talking about business objects. Again, team, in the first chapter, we are coming to know the various terminology and the architectural approach of development things only. We will again talk about these things multiple times again and again throughout the course. Just here it is an introduction part only. So the data model creations, we are using CDS views, and that too for that we are using the CDS view entities. And while creating the CDS view entities, you will see little differences comparatively your traditional CDS views here, and compositions also will be introduced for establishing the parent-child relationships. And when it comes to the second point, so RAP uses a CDS to define and organize your data model. But the behavior basically describes what can be done with the data model. So look at that. The behavior describes what can be done with that data model. For example, whether that data model can be created, like a new material can be created, or the data model name is material, as I said before. Whether shall I perform a create operation on that data model, or update operation on the data model for updating any existing record, or delete operation on the data model, or query operation on the data model just for reading purpose. So the behavior will be implemented by using your ABAP classes. Again, behavior definition and behavior implementation will take place with your ABAP classes skill set only. So that's why yesterday also I asked while we are introducing about that your familiarity about objects. Anyhow, I will give a quick recap on about objects concepts as well. May not very in depth, but whatever is essential for understanding, for making these developments, to that extent I will cover that about objects also. Next, you will be coming to the second layer, that is your business service provisioning, in which it consists of two parts. One is about the service definition and one is about the service binding. So the first part, we discuss of three things in the first layer, the first level. Number one, data model creation. Number two, behavior definition. Number three, behavior implementation. So with the three activities, your layer one is completed. Then when you go to the next layer, layer two, that is business service provisioning or business service in short you can call. It consists of two steps. Number one, service definition. Number two, service binding. We will talk about that just after a while. Just remember here, it consists of these two steps. We'll come back. And finally, the service consumption, the third layer. So once the second layer is done, that is about the business service layer is completed, you will take your development to the next level, that is service consumption. So here we will expose the service, where the service can be exposed either for the purpose of a UI service, that means it is generating one UI, or else, so if it is exposed as a UI based service, then that is going to be consumed by SAP Fiori Elements application, or it can be exposed as a web API. Web API means just an API where UI aspects are not keeping, only the business focus is on the keeping, and also that is more meant for external consumption, like for the external parties to interact with your system. So some of the characteristics of Restful Application Programming Model. The focus is on user experience, and for SAP Fiori and ABAP managed code push-down by using CDS views we are achieving, and efficient development by using ABAP development tools and development methodologies, and it is cloud-ready applications. These are all general characteristics or anything about the wrapper. We can understand all these things by self-descriptive. So this is the approach. So behind the RAP, the key goals are about to provide a programming model as a strategical long-term solution for ABAP development, offering an end-to-end development experience with standardized development flows, best practices, and focus on business logic and testability, documentability, and supportability, and code push down to SAP HANA, and also the ability to develop stateless and stateful applications, and supporting the product quality in terms of the user experience and other benefits. So which usually available for the same thing we can write about CAP also, the same thing we can write about every programming environment also, where RAP is also not an exceptional case. The RAP is also enabling you to achieve all these goals. So this one we already discussed in the first slide about various tools, languages, best practices for developing enterprise grade applications. So if we talk about what and where to develop with RAP, so RAP we can consider for your on-premise and in the cloud, let it be whether it is SAP S/4HANA or SAP BTP ABAP environment. It is a universally usable programming model for doing greenfield developments and brownfield developments, and the service development can be done either for pure UI services or for web APIs also. So this is the pictorial representation of whatever we spoken about before. Regular stuff only. I'm just moving on. So from ABAP platform above less than 7.5, the classic ABAP programming model was there, and then ABAP programming model for SAP Fiori introduced, in which we use it to have BOPF and CDS views together as the core pillars, on top of which we will be developing the data services for the developments. But now BOPF is completely out of the scenario because of its limitation, and instead of that, we are able to do more with the behavior definition and implementation concept, and this BOPF concept completely stayed back when it comes to your RAP programming model. So here these are the artifacts, these are the concepts that are playing the key role about your core data services and behavior, then business service. On top of these core elements, you are developing your RAP programming for all these environments. And earlier, these two are only for the on-premise environments. Earlier, RAP was, the purely programming model, and these two programming models, like classic programming and ABAP programming for pure model. If you look at this picture, those two are basically about these two ABAP platforms, nothing but ABAP platforms of your on-premise environment. But RAP is a programming environment which is available across the across the platforms, let it be BTP or let it be on-premise, and also for S4HANA cloud. So this is introduction part of ABAP development tools. Every one of you are familiar with this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the recommended way to handle errors in SAP RAP? Option A, return error codes in the response body. Option B, use HTTP status codes. Option C, throw exceptions. Option D, log errors to a file. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
I'm skipping and moving on. So this part, about setting up your Eclipse, you have already done this yesterday. You have added the ABAP Eclipse, and in the Eclipse you have added the ABAP development tools also. Then we can go to ABAP perspective, new perspective, ABAP repository, cloud projects you can create. These are some of the screenshots I will be able to explain how do we perform various actions on your Eclipse. Like once the object is opened in your Eclipse, the various syntax check buttons, activate button, all the Eclipse introduction part, and I'm sure you are aware of this, and later you can refer to this material. Wherever there is nothing much to explain more, I'm just moving on to. So this is the usual diagram you will find about the RAP architecture. Same thing what we discussed before, but when it comes to RAP architecture, this is the picture will be shown in every SAP documentation, SAP packet sessions, everywhere. Any official SAP documentation, if you see, the RAP architecture will be shown as this one. So here, let me explain this, how to understand this architecture diagram. Here also the same thing, whatever I have explained in the slide 1, the data modeling and behavior, and after that you will move on to the next level, your business service provisioning. From there you will move on for the service consumption. So first part, data modeling and behavior, that consists of, on the right hand side if you see, you will be developing the CDS views for your data modeling. On top of that, you will be writing your behavior definition and the behavior implementation parts. So these are consisting of your first layer. Then you will go to this business service provisioning. In the business service provisioning, so this is more elaborated here. In the business service provisioning, if you see, you will see the business object projections. This is important. Business objects projections. On top of the business object projections, you will be developing service definition and service binding. So what is this? Business object projections. Here, you have already created one business object. Your business object BO is talking about your CDS view, your behavior definition and behavior implementation. Together we are calling as business objects. The business objects need to be projected. Here, this projection basically is happening for service specific. For example, here my business object which I have created, like here as I explained about materials. So that is a very generic data model that I have created. That material data model I created not just for one specific purpose, that is going to be used by various services. Multiple services I am going to develop. But for all of them, this generic business, the generic business object which I have created will be used. It serves to them as a model. It serves to them as a base. But that entire structure of the whole material stuff I might not require for every of my service. While I'm doing a product availability service check, I might require only some elements and I might require only some fields, very, very few fields from my actual business object which I have created. And when I'm working for another service which I'm creating for a sales order creation, purchase order creation kind of thing, then also I'm going to use, it is a reusability. I'm going to reuse the same business object, but this time the availability of the fields is little different. So that what is the exact need? Like it is a subset. It is a subset of your business object. From the core definition, we will be creating the subsets which are service specific. That we will be doing as business object projections. Here business objects are created. When it comes to the business service provisioning, we will be creating business object projections. In these projections, if you compare these two pictures, here you have created a CDS view, correct? For this CDS view, here you will create a projection view, CDS projection view. So in this projection view, you will project only the fields which are required for this service. Not everything what is actually defined in the underlying core business object. Similarly, whatever the behavior definition that we have made, the behavior definition also we will project here. The behavior implementation not, behavior implementation we don't project over here. Only the behavior definition only we will project. The behavior implementation will decide here only. We will see that. Then on top of that, the service definition, service bindings, and rest of the activities will take place. Finally, these are consisted by your business service provisioning layer. And finally, you will go to the service consumption, in which whether it is consumed by a pure application or a web API, it will be decided. But this is the RAP architecture. Nothing more. Anytime, anywhere you go, only this is the diagram, this is the picture that you will go find. And practically, we are going to test all these cases and we will be working on all these aspects. So, our journey first begins with creation of a business object. Look at this picture here, business object. The business object consists of one data model, one behavioral definition, and behavior implementation. Three things, right? We already talked about these three. So let us come to know more about your business object in the next slide. So what is called a business object? So the characteristics of a business object are about the model definition, behavior definition, and behavior implementation. In the model definition, we will be building a composition tree. Yes, it is called composition tree because our model will not consist just only about one single node, because business entities always are about collection of multiple nodes only. Even when we are talking about a sales order, then line items, then shipping, then multiple subsections within that. And when we are talking about in a travel application like a travel, then airlines, then bookings, then supplements, multiple nodes within that. So that is all called as a composition tree. You will be creating your data model as a composition tree, which will consist of multiple serious view entities. Here we will call them with the term called nodes. Those are actually called nodes. So those nodes will have child and parent relationship also. The child and parent relationship also we will establish there with the new syntax called composition. Like looks like association, but composition is different. But finally, with that, one composition tree will get built, which will consist of multiple CDS entities together with a proper relation among them. So once it is made up, then we will be defining the behavior definition, in which we will be mentioning about what are the operations and the actions you are going to perform, and functions and logs you are going to perform, and required authorizations we will be setting, and the draft enablement and feature control enablement. So all these kind of things on the data model we are going to define in your behavior. So the behavior is talking about the actions and operations and other functions and other settings that you are going to perform on your data model that will be defined here. Further will be followed by the implementation part. We will see. Service banding, service. So after we have a detailed understanding in the BIVA part, we will talk about this service provisioning section once again in detail. About the service binding, and also if you look at your picture, if you look at this picture, the development flow will be like this. Number one, the underlying stuff is your database tables. The very underlying stuff is your database tables. On your database tables, you will be creating data models. These are all CDS views only, but just various terminology only we are using. You will be creating the data models. So this will be your core, CDS views. And after that, you will be creating the behavior definition. Then, on top of the behavior definition, the behavior will be implemented in the behavior pool. This is about classes. That's why it is written as source code library. And these two will be created as your CDS views only. So with that, the first layer part is completed. Then if you come to the business service provisioning, so here this data model whatever you have created, on top of that you will be creating a projection view, right? And similarly, behavior also you will create a behavior projection. So data model also projected like it is a subset of your core data model. Services specific projections we will make here. Similarly, service specific behaviors also even we will project here, but not this behavior pool. You see here, behavior definition will get projected, but not the behavior pools. Then finally, on this projection views, you will be building service definitions and service bandings. This is the development here. We will start from here, then here we will eventually go one after one in the system. And one example I have taken over here in this screenshot part. If you see in your development, once it is done, you see here various taglines, various nodes you are finding here. Business services. Under the heading business services, you are finding service definitions and service bandings as the two subnodes. So this is the place where your service definitions and service bandings details you will find. Similarly, when it comes to this, from the bottom, if you talk about here, your business objects definitions under core data services, you will be finding here behavior definitions, then data definitions. These data definitions are indicating your business object. The layer 1 definitions. The business object definition is there in the data definition part. The behavior definitions also you can find here. Then behavior implementations you will find inside the classes. Inside these classes you will find the behavior implementations details. And the database tables anyhow you will see. Whereas if this particular service, if you are going to make a pure UI application, in that case you will be writing this metadata extensions also. A separate file you will be creating for metadata extensions, in which you will be writing all your UI annotations. You will see that finally your application will build in your Eclipse with these many nodes. All the technical components are taken up over here. Under business services, under core data services, once again, behavior definitions, data definitions, metadata extensions, database dictionary tables, and also in the classes, the behavior implementations. So one of the scenario we will take like this flight scenario also we will take in our practical examples, and we will develop this because we have the sample data available for this. I will explain at that times. This is not required for now. And this is one sample application, travel application we are developing in. First about the data model, we will see. So this is the introduction about introducing the RAP components and the RAP architecture. Then we will start learning from creation of your business object definition onwards too. But before that, as I said, your skills on your object-oriented ABAP, OOPS, and your OData creation part, and your basic CDS creation skills need to be also even get refreshed, because RAP is nothing but again working on those lines only. Here you are not learning any fundamental concepts separately. Only the new framework you are learning here. And along with that, some new syntaxes will come over there. But your basic skill set, whatever the skills that are required for you to come to this world, to come to this architecture, right, about this new architecture of developments, those are your above objects, your data skills, and also your CDS views. I will try to give a small quick recap on those three subject lines, and we will just see one simple example over the system, so that some of the things I could able to explain. Then the same thing, I might not get the requirement once again to explain those lines when we are talking in the RAP part. We'll see that. By this introduction, everyone understood about the importance of the three areas, about the understanding of above objects, and then CDS views creations and OData. I know every one of you have here and there touched on these areas. Let's have a quick recap on those lines, because definitely that will help you out even in understanding this RAP developments, and it will bring everyone to some good speed on understanding this terminology. Otherwise, definitely here and there, people will have some little challenges like what is this, as they never seen that before. Of course, we don't spend too much time on that because we don't have that provision over there, but we will try to recollect. Let us begin a quick recap on your above objects. So, team, above objects is object-oriented version of ABAP. When ABAP actually born, there was no object-oriented programming concept was existed in the world. Object-oriented programming concept was not there at that time. The only concept that IT professionals, that IT world knows, is only the procedural programming, like C, Pascal, COBOL, and so many other languages. And all that languages born by what was known by that time, what was available by that time. By 1970s, when there was no color TV, so every TV was a black and white TV only, no matter what which company made it, but they made it only black and white TV because color technology was not there at that time. So only black and white technology was there, and every company produced only black and white TVs. Similarly, ABAP also produced, ABAP also developed as like a, so ABAP by birth, by born, it was a procedural program, as usual like any other procedural programming languages. But in 1980s, late 80s, when the IT world, the software community, the programming community realized the drawbacks of procedural programming, noticed the concerns that they have been observing over years of time, and the limitations of procedural programming. Then they introduced the concept of object-oriented programming. Like, yes, now this is the time we should change ourselves. We should change our programming style, the way we are writing programs and developing applications. That is how the object-oriented programming guidelines and principles are defined. And after that, new guidelines are framed. Every language, whichever born after that period, obviously they all become the object-oriented languages only. Then C++, Java, .NET, so many languages, then they adopted that new skill, that new methodology, and were born like full-fledged object-oriented programming. Then that time ABAP was on the other side. Still, so ABAP was jealous. Like all other programming languages are doing their programs much faster, better with object-oriented on the pillars of object-oriented one, but whereas still ABAP was not there. So then SAP ABAP also started adapting the skills. For that, whatever new syntaxes, new features that are required, that SAP has injected that. SAP has injected that new keywords, new features, new libraries in their ABAP engine, and finally they made ABAP also become like a object-oriented language. So by birth, Java was an object-oriented language, but ABAP was not. ABAP born as a procedural language. Later it became an object-oriented language. So what is actually the difference between these two, and why should we? And today the world knows that the best of the programming style we should use, we should adapt, we should follow is always about an object-oriented programming. So in this object-oriented programming, the focus will be on the object. The focus is on around the object. Object is nothing but your real entity, like your sales order, your business order, the bus, the car. Around what you are actually making your development, that itself we will be treating as an object, and the entire development of your application is evolving is actually revolving around the object. It is object-centric programming. The complete focus will be on the object, and everything will be built around the object. But in the procedural programming, it was not like that. In procedural programming, the programming is actually based on the functionality, but not on the core business entity. But here the focus will be on the business entity. That's why it is called object-oriented programming. The focus will be on the object. What is actually called object? Even today, what we are talking in RAP, business object, and other stuff, everywhere, that is the same definition is applicable there. Your business entity will be there as an object. So in object-oriented programming, three things will come into picture. In object-oriented programming, three things will come into picture. Number one, classes. Number two, interfaces. Number three, objects. That's it. If you know these three and the difference and the definition of these three, you are masters in object-oriented programming. No matter what, in any language. Now we are talking about ABAP. In ABAP, this object-oriented extensions what they have introduced, that simply we are calling as ABAP objects. That new language is called as ABAP objects. Now everywhere in all of our applications, ABAP objects playing very crucial role. And everyone must know this one. There is no scope, there is no excuse for this. Without a very strong skill set on object-oriented ABAP, it is very difficult for you to make your move even further, even going ahead in any of your applications. So eventually we are moving to RAP, we are moving to cloud, and so many advanced areas. Whereas unless and until you are so strong with your object-oriented skill set, none of your traditional procedural commands, statements will not work out over there. Even I have noticed, I observed, still even so many developers in ABAP, still even they are not so good about exception handling part when it comes to exception handling part using ABAP objects. Exception handling in ABAP objects itself is bringing so many advantages. So much of efficiency in handling the exceptions. So much of efficiency in handling events. But as that need is not arising, people are not realizing that importance, but certainly it is very, very important thing, because going forward, all the developments, all the framework, entirely, it's already there. We are already on that stage. But it's the time quickly to, look into that and then adapt it still even in case if anything is missing there. All right. So that is how the extension of ABAP objects actually made up. So ABAP objects is based on classes and interfaces. So classes and interfaces basically will have attributes and methods within itself as components. Of course, along with these two, normally when we are talking about any other object-oriented programming, we will talk about only these two, attributes and methods. But when it comes to ABAP objects, because it is a business language, right? So certainly in business languages, there is importance for one more additional stuff also, which they have added. That is called events. So we will be having three components in our ABAP classes: attributes, methods, and events also as one more component. So once if you have a class, so everyone knows that. So class is the definition. What we are going to about the object, that entire that skeleton, that definition about how many attributes, how many methods, that all will be described at once, like a data type. In your other programs, you do create types begin of, end of. You will define some type. What is that? It is describing the characteristics. Once if the type is created by using the custom type, we will be creating so many objects in our other program. Data, your object name, a type, the custom type whatever you have created. And custom types you are creating with the keyword called types. Types begin of, end of, all these things. Similarly, class is also a type, a custom type. By using that type, whatever you are generating, whatever you are producing, that is called object. So objects are created from classes and are accessed by the reference variables. So here again, notice the difference between these two things also too. Objects are different, reference variables are different. Most of the times people will assume that reference variables are the objects. No, it's not true. It's not like that. I will show you with simple differentiation. And why object-oriented programming is important? Why shouldn't we continue with procedural programming? As I said, the drawbacks of procedural programming are addressed in object-oriented programming by bringing up some additional features. Those features only we will describe as encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, etc. Like we will say, in traditional procedural programming, encapsulation is not possible, but in object-oriented programming, it is possible. But what is exactly called encapsulation? How do we define that? We will say from our theoretical textbook definitions, object-oriented programming means which has encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, etc. But what does it mean for encapsulation? Why and where did you see that it is not there in procedural programming, but it is there in object-oriented programming? First, the definition is about encapsulation. What is that called? You should think on that aspect. Now, that is the time to that level of understanding above object skills to be acquired for your, individual purpose only to get into this latest programming frameworks as like that. So we will talk about the encapsulation, inheritance, and the polymorphism. The advantages, simply we can say, features which object-oriented programming is bringing to us. Whereas, as I said, encapsulation and inheritance are two of the advantages. Like you said, what is the difference from black and white TV to color TV? Obviously, we can say the TV size reduced a lot, the panel size reduced a lot, the picture is appearing in colors, and sound quality is increased from LED panels to LCD panels, etc., etc. We will be describing so many advantages when we compare with the traditional bulky black and white TVs to the today's color TVs. What were the innovations made over there? Similarly, here also, when I switch from procedural programming to object-oriented programming, what are the advantages that I am going to experience? One is encapsulation, inheritance, and third one is polymorphism. This polymorphism is also very, very important thing. People usually neglect this feature and will not see its purpose in regular development. But if you look at any large-scale applications or any standard SAP applications at enterprise level, you will realize the importance of polymorphism. I will try to show with one of the examples. The interfaces. Interfaces are basically, as I said, above objects consist of two things, classes and interfaces, right? That interfaces are basically there for the purpose of this polymorphism. We are achieving polymorphism because of interfaces. If there is no interface, there is no polymorphism concept. We cannot achieve polymorphism without having interfaces. For that purpose only, we do have interfaces. Finally, as I said before, above objects not only contains, above classes not only contains attributes and methods as their components, but also they have events also as components of the class. That usually you will not find in other programming languages, in which, like Java and anywhere else, you will see attributes and methods, but here attributes, methods, and events also we will find. We will see one example with events. So it is the switch from our traditional programming to object-oriented programming. Normally, when there is a requirement in our ABAP programs to call some functionality, we will be creating a function module. That is our regular practice. We will go to SAP 37. We do create a function group first. Inside your function group, you will create multiple function modules. Function and function, function and function. And all these function modules will share some common global data also, which is defined inside your function group. Then one of these function modules we will be calling in our program by using this call function statement. But going forward, even if there is such requirement is arising, don't create a new function module. Instead of that, you create a new class. Same. See, at the bottom, you erase this function group, you put it like a class. So here, multiple functions, function and function, function and function. Instead of function and function, you create it as like method and method. Now, in your program, instead of writing call function, you do write call method. That's it. So the entire right-hand side function group concept should get replaced with a class. Class with a collection of methods. And that methods we do call from your program. By using the, instead of call function, we are going to make that job done with call method. You can create classes either locally inside a program, if you wanted to use that only for the purpose within the program, or you can create global classes from SAP 24, where you can use them across your programs. You know that the difference of local stuff and global stuff. But the time has come to change from your procedural programming to object-oriented programming. Don't create a function module. The same reusability you can achieve by creating a class. Initially, it will be little, resistant to move to that change, and you may not feel comfortable also. Even the comfort of function modules not just came instantly, because over the years of time, because of do more and more uses of that. The same thing will happen even for classes also. Once if you get start use, first 1-2 times only, you will be having little, kind of uneasy or about not showing up interested or little complex. But eventually, when you start using them, you will start experience the magic of classes, the power of classes. You will be experiencing so many advantages when compared with your call functions. Simply this thing, I do explain with my own kind of example thing. Like in our in old days, like about 50-60 years back, if you look at a construction of a building, construction of an independent house, or any type of house you see at our hometowns, how do they use it to construct one house? Normally, because at that times there's no concept as today we are using, like first we will be making some pillars first, beams we are making, and then slabs we are making, and after that we are making multiple floors. But that times it was not the mechanism. First they use it to make a rock basement, and on the rock basement directly they construct some walls. That's why they use it to make very wider walls, almost like a 1.5 to 2 feet of wall width usually will come. And the rooftop, whatever they are putting, they have to lay it down directly on the walls. The entire weight of the roof, the slab will be on the walls only. Okay. Now, if I wanted to make it a second floor, again, what will they do? Again, they will construct very massive walls on the first floor rooftop, on the roof, and again they will make second floor. Now if they wanted to make one more floor on top of that, the question will arise. Will it be able to hold that strength? Can that building able to sustain? If I add one more floor on top of that, and if I wanted to make some changes, some of the rooms I wanted to change. If I wanted to remove one room and if I wanted to make the room in a different way, again the question comes. If I make that change, what will be the effect on the building strength? Even certain changes might damage the whole building also to get collapsed. That is all the drawbacks. The third floor strength, the building itself cannot able to hold the third strength. But now that's not the scenario today. Construction style, the way you are constructing the building, that's construction style got changed. The pillars you are making, slab you are making, no walls. You want one more? Go ahead. You want third floor also? Just simply go ahead, no issue at all. You want fourth floor also? If third and second floor, just go ahead. We are making it because of this style. So we have the flexibility about the extensibility, about the extensions. We are still confident that it can able to sustain. And the walls we are not making as like earlier, like 2 feet wider walls. Simply one single brick walls itself more than enough. And any customizations you wanted to make within that, just like that we can do. Because certainly it's not impacting on the overall strength of the building. Any rooms, any alignments, any changes I can make. So it is extensibility is used. Future extensions are possible. It is letting you bring the changes within that existing development more comfortably. These are all applicable to your object-oriented programming, but that you cannot make it happen in process-oriented programming. Not completely convenient for making the extensions happen as compatible as like object-oriented programming, and the changes in the procedural programming sometimes might damage the whole stuff, or you might require to go with the change at huge places, will take more time, like the traditional building construction will take more time, more cost, more material, right, and less strength. Less strength and extensions are always limited. It is here by getting the other advantages and reducing the rest of the things like in lower time period, with lower cost, with more durability, with more strength, we can able to make the developments. The choice is yours. Which style will you go for constructing your next home? You want to go for the traditional style of construction or the new style of construction? Definitely we will go with the new style. Then why don't we do that in our programming as well, as it is also about to make some construction happen, isn't it? So these are not required. Some slides are not relevant if you are adopting. Yeah. So we do have standard types, structure types, table types, right? We do create all of them. Similarly, for classes also, for creation of your objects or the instances, for that your classes will be your object types. As like the data types, of your classes also, the yellow colors are indicating the types. So class is a type, object is an instance that we have created. In object-oriented programming, we have these two things, classes and interfaces also. But objects we do create only for classes. For interfaces, we cannot create objects. They are just only skeleton bodies. We cannot instantiate objects for interfaces. So ABAP objects introduced in ABAP release 4.5 and inheritance, compound interfaces that are all added in 4.6, and object services, shared objects features that are introduced eventually in ABAP 6.1, 6.2, 6.4. Finally, ABAP became a full-blown object-oriented language by the release 7.0. Today we are in 7.56, somewhere we are. But with the web application server 7.0, it became like a full-fledged 100% purest object-oriented programming language. Now, instead of, as I said before, the right hand side, instead of you go with the function group concept, you should go with creating a class group. So inside that you can create a class, you will be having multiple methods. Instead of go for call function, simply you have to change your style to go for call method. If you wanted to use the object, you must know their classes or at least their interface by which that object is going to be played. If you wanted to work with objects, you must create the reference variables. So we can create local classes in your program. Global classes, if you wanted to create, we do use the transaction for SC24. You know this. Global classes we do create from SC24. And SAP help documentation also available for you to learn more about classes. The class will have methods, attributes, events as their components. And they will be having multiple visibility sections like attributes, methods, and events. We will be putting in multiple sections like public section, like protected section, and private section. And also the components will have two levels of declaration, whether it is instance components or static components. So the difference is instance components are object specific, like every object will have its own set of values for the instance components, whereas static components are class based, class specific. That means common for all the objects of the class. At the class level, they do behave. So those are called static components. And this is the syntax you will find it in your ABAP program. Anywhere you see, these are the two symbols you will find. The single arrow operator and the double arrow operator you will see. The moment when you see these two types of operators, we can understand that we are calling maybe a method or maybe one attribute. If the brackets are there, it is a method or it could be an attribute. So you are calling maybe, let us assume that you are calling some method. Then what is the difference between these two is, when you see this single arrow operator, one thing should be very clear in your mind. The left hand side operand is an object. This is an object. And this is one instance component, instance method. But when you see this example, the double arrow operator, very simply we can understand that the left hand side we are using a class. Yes, with the name of the class also, certain components we can access. Those are only called static components. So team, whenever I'm using the word components means I mean to say attributes, methods, and events. It can be any one of these or all of these. Instead of every time calling attributes, methods, events like that, I'm just simply calling them like components of the class. Components means anything. Static component means maybe static attribute or a static method or a static event. Instance component means instance attribute or instance method or an instance event. It will be like that. So when you have this double arrow operator in any standard code, when you are debugging also, you should understand that this is a class. The left side one is a class, not just by the CL in the indication. The name can be anything, but it is a class. And the right hand side one, which we are calling, is a static component. And in every class, you will have a constructor also. A constructor is a kind of a special method which will be automatically called every time when you are creating a new object. And methods, when you create, every method can have some number of importing parameters and exporting parameters, as simple as like your function modules. And any method can have a return parameter. Importing parameter means is the input which you are passing, But in case if a method has a returning parameter, that means at the end of the method call, it is going to return some value which you can able to capture into the target variable. So if you are something capturing into some target variable, that means that method is going to return some value. Export parameters are different, returning parameter is different. Returning parameter will export the value which can be captured into some target variable. But whereas if it is an export parameter, you have to handle that in the list of importing parameters, export parameters only, but not like this. Inside a method, your parameters, the parameters can be some integer values and strings, or your import and exporting parameters can be structures, or with importing and exporting parameters can be internal tables, but importing and exporting parameters can be objects also, objects of other classes also. For example, in this case, this particular method is finally returning. What it is returning? It is returning the object of a class. You see here, scalable type description. So this is another class, and this particular method of this class, scalable element description. In this class, there is a method called describe.data, which is finally returning an object of other class. Can be. So a method can return one integer value, method can return finally one structure, or method can return one object also. You have to catch that into the corresponding variable in your program. But you see these two symbols will clearly indicate what is the left hand side component and what is the right hand side component. So public attributes, protected attributes, and private attributes we do right in our classes. I mean, not only attributes I mean to say, public components, protected components, and private components we do right. So public components can be used by everyone. But while creating the public component, still we can make it like a read-only parameter for not letting the changes happen automatically. Instance components obviously need one object. Reference variables. We will create a reference variable. With the help of the reference variable, we will point it to an object. Let me explain this. This is important to me. For example, here is a class. Let me say class A. In this class, there are some parameters like material code. Material code is some 4 bytes. Then material description. So this is about some 20 characters. Then material date, it is about again 8 bytes, right? Material unit of measurement, it is of 2 bytes. Something it is there. So this is my class definition, which deals about material code, material description, material date, and some unit of measurement. These are all the various attributes finally this class is having. And for this class, once if the class is there, I can able to create an object. How do we create the object? This is the syntax we do right. For this class name is A, right? So for this class, how do we create the object again? Someone tell me the syntax about creation of this object of this class. What should I write? If I want to create an object of class A, here I say class A is there. Then in my ABAP program, if I want to have an object of this class, what are the lines of code I should write? Okay, let me say this class name is not this, class name is mat. So let me take this M1 of type reference to mat. And after that I said this is object created, right? So once if a class is ready to, these are the two statements we do right for creation of an object in your ABAP. Here M1 this M1 is basically not called as object key. This is actually called object reference. Here I have made one more thing. Data M2 of type reference to mat. Same like M1, I have made another reference variable also. Does this mean I have two objects? Does this indicating that I have two objects? I did not write this statement, just assume. I just made like this. Does this mean that two objects are created in your ABAP program? No. You just have created only two reference variables, two objects not yet created. And once, so how do you understand this object references? Like, what is the size of M1? Like every data type, every object, like if it is an integer variable, it will occupy 4 bytes. If it is a date, it will occupy 8 bytes. If it is a time, it will occupy 6 bytes. Like that, what is the size of M1 here? How much memory M1 will occupy? Size of the class, the total size of all those attributes. So 20 plus 2, 30 plus 34. So 34 bytes, right? That is true. So team, basically these two reference variables will work this way. So here M1 is just a reference variable we have created. This itself is not an object. And similarly, M2 is also a reference variable that we have created, which also is not an object. So let me say M1 is filled up with this color. And M2. So these two are not objects, they are the reference variables. The moment in your code, when you write this statement, create object M1, so that time system actually creating one object. Here this is the object created. In this object, you will be having that material code, material name, right? Material date, all the values will be there inside this object. This object does not have any name. There won't be any name for your object. This object is pointed by your reference variable. It is just a pointer to point to that object. Similarly, if I make this statement, create object M2, then system has created another object. This is the another object, right? So here let's assume that material code is 101. Here material code is 102 value. This object is now pointed by the another reference variable that is called your M2. These M1 and M2 basically are 2 bytes variables only. They are just 2 byte characters. The address of this object actually will be stored in these reference variables. These are not the names of the objects. In fact, there is no name to your objects. They are just pointed by your stuff. Normally, we will understand like this. If I said M2 equal to M1, what we will think? The content of M1 is actually copied into M2. That is true actually when we are talking about normal variables, normal strings. The content of the right hand cell operand is copied into the left hand variable. So both variables will contain the value 10, 10. But here in objects, that's not the case. So here I said M2 equals M1. That means M1 value I have copied into M2. That means, is it also contains the same material code, same material name? No. Whenever you said M2 equal to M1, that means the content of M1 copied into M2. The object the content of this object is not getting copied into this. The address of M1, whatever the address that is there. So for example, it is there at 10001 at this address. That is the address of this object. This address, and where is this object is created in the memory? It has in the address 10002 address. Just some address 10, it's memory RAM address. When I said M1 is copied into M2, that means this address value is actually copied into this reference. When it is copied, that means at this address, whoever is there, and this reference variable also now is pointing to this object. So I have two reference variables, both are pointing to this object and nobody is pointing to this object. Then what will happen to this object? This object simply will pass away. Because nobody is connected. It is a kite, but the rope of the thread is actually connected to some different one. There is no thread. This flight will simply fly away and it will vanish in the air. Because this is pointing to this object. But before I made that, if I say data M3 of type reference to mat, another reference variable like this. So whose name is M3? But it is an empty reference variable. I did not create. First I created object M1, create object M2 I have made. Two objects I have created. Third object is just only reference variable. I have not made anything. So before I copy M1 into M2, I said M3 is equal to M2. When I said that, M3 value also like the value of M2 earlier. That means at that time M2 also pointing to this object and M3 also pointing to this object. Two reference variables, both contains address 2 to point to the same object. So this information I can get with the help of M2 or with the help of M3. I said M2 call the method display. Yeah, same material data will be displayed, or M3 display. Same data will be displayed because both M2 and M3 currently are referring to the same object. But what I did in this code after that line, I said M2 equal to M1. This M1 value I have copied into M2. The moment I said here, then this M2 is no more pointing to this object, it is pointing to this object. So this first, there are three reference variables. We try to see that, but only two objects. But these two are now connected to this object, not this. M2 is good. Then here I will write a statement like a clear M3. That means, am I clearing the content of this object? Am I clearing all these values? I'm clearing all these values? No. The content of the object is not getting cleared by this statement. This memory address is cleared. Whatever is there in the M3 is different, object is different. We are not working on object. We are clearing the value of M3. That means this M3 is an empty reference variable which is not pointing to any object at this moment. So it is not there. But still here the values were there earlier, but right now this is not pointing to anyone. Object is there. When I said clear M3, this value is actually getting cleared. So it became an empty reference variable. Object is there. So it is not pointing to this object. So nobody is connected to this. Then it will say why nobody is bothering about me. So let me go away. It will move on. So that is how these object references will work. Now, how do we create these reference variables? How do we create this M1, M2, M3? Where M1, M2, M3 all are created with reference to the same class about the material class. But it is possible to create these references of some other classes also, which are possible scenarios. M1, yes, can point to this object. Then M2, I have created a type reference to not mat, but I have used some other class here. Some other class. This is some other class. SMAT is a different class, But still, M2 also I can use to point to this object. In which case it is possible. This SMAT is a super class of your mat class. That means your mat class is inherited from your SMAT class. So SMAT is a super material class. So that is a super class. From that, I have created this subclass. In that case also, this is possible. M2 can point to your material object because M2 is a reference variable created out of your superclass. The superclass reference variables can be used to point to the object of subclass. What is your subclass? Material is your subclass of the superclass. And second thing, and third one, if this material class implemented any interfaces, in case if they have used any interfaces, that interface also. Let me say MIF, material interface. There is one interface I have created. That interface MIF has been used by maybe this mat class or by the super class. But if that interface is used in this class, then I can create a reference variable with the help of interface also. This M3 also can point to the object of this class because there is a relation. Other than this, if I create another reference variable of employee class, so now M4 is also another reference variable, but similarly, I have created another reference variable also like M4, is like M3, but can it point to this object? No. Can it able to point to this object? No, that is not possible. That's not possible because M4 is a reference variable, but which is created employee class. How employee class is relevant to material class? No way. So this is there. M4 is there for point to the employee objects, but not to the material objects. But what else are the other references? Who are eligible to point to this material object? The reference variable which is created from the same class, or the reference variable which is created with reference to the superclass of material class, or the reference variable which is created with reference to the interface which is implemented maybe in this material class or in one of its classes. These are the three possible scenarios like M1, M2, M3 who are able to point to this material object, but not the reference variable which is created altogether from a different class. So this is the difference between reference variables and object stream. Always we should treat them completely different. One object parallelly can be pointed by multiple reference variables. That does not mean that there are three objects. There is only one object. Just we have three reference variables only. We should not understand all the reference variables are like objects. Here in this example, three reference variables which are pointing to the same object. Only one memory location here. It will be like that in object-oriented programming, which will contain the address of your object. Look at this. You can only address an object using the reference variable that points to the object, but this name is not the name of the object. So how do we create the statement we have seen? Declarations, you know this is syntaxes. You can work on that. And class instantiation also we can set while creating the class, where the objects can be created from for a class. So if you go to the section called I just have a sample class. So if you go to your class, you see the properties of the class. Here, this class does not have any super class at this moment. If you want, you can set the super class from here. You can click on the super class and you can provide that super class details. But here you see this one, instance generation, public, protected, private, and abstract. There are 4 things are described here about this class. If it is a public instantiation, what does that mean for? Can someone describe this please? If a class instance generation is public, what does this mean? Now call the class is not there, just object creation, right? You mean to say. Then if it is protected, then in subclasses. Subclasses can instantiate the object of this class. If it is private, the class can create the instance within itself. Abstract means we cannot create instances for abstract classes. Abstract method should be there, but method implementations also will be there. It's not like method implementations. Method implementations also will be there, and one abstract method will be there. But first characteristic is like abstract class means the class which cannot be instantiated. Normally, we will think that all classes are for creating objects, but intentionally, I wanted a class, but I don't want objects to be created of that class. Whether it is inside or outside, no matter what, but an object for which objects cannot be created. So that is nothing but abstract class. Similarly, interfaces also, we cannot create objects. Correct? Then can I consider abstract classes are equal to interfaces? If I have methods without implementations, so an interface can be considered like an abstract class. Absolutely same, just only the difference without having the method implementation. And what is meant for this final class too? So methods we can call. If it is a static method, we will use this static component selector. If it is an instance method, we will use this single arrow operator thing. About the static methods and instance methods call difference. Static methods we do call with class name, and like a static method can be called by a class. Can a static method called by instance also? No, there is a class. Okay, there is a class and there is an object also, and inside that class I have a static method. Now I do call the static method with the class name. Correct? Like this, class name, double arrow operator, and the method name. The same method can I call with object also, instance also? If it is a static method, we are calling by class name. That is clear. Now I am asking the same static method can we call by object also, object of the class. Right. We can call them. So static methods are just methods only for object. Static method, though we are able to call with class, but for a method, for an object, it is just as usual as like a method like any other methods of that class. So objects can call static components also, but class can call only the static components, but not the instance components. Even we can create a transaction codes for your class methods also. When you go to this transaction code creation from your SC91, you can able to create transaction codes directly to your class methods also. So if you run the transaction code directly, the class will get instantiated and the method will get executed. So transaction code creation for class methods also there. So various syntaxes for creating local classes are described over there today. Like you can go through this. The syntaxes I am not explaining here, only the conceptual things what are there that I am covering. So how do we create a class? We can create class locally inside a program, or we can create a class globally also. Locally, if you wanted to create, it will be done in 2 parts, definition and implementation, as like in our RAP behavior definition, behavior implementation. Similar, in the implementation section, we do write the code for all your methods. Global classes means you can call anywhere, and while creating the global classes, you can choose regular classes. We can create exception classes also for exception handling. So team, when it comes to the class, so these are the major keywords you will you will come to know. So friends concept, not so great, not so important at this stage. But about the class creation, if you wanted to inherit from any super class, you can mention there. You can create a class as an abstract class. Abstract class is the one for which we cannot create an object. Final class. Final class is the one for which we cannot create a subclass. And create instantiation, public, protected, private, which is describing where you can create the objects of the class. I mean, in any program, or only within its subclasses or within itself. Usually we do create public classes. So the components. Components can be, as I said, attributes, methods, and events that you can put in any one of these sections. And what is the difference between these two? Can someone describe the difference between protected section and private section? Public methods, public attributes, yes, we can access directly with your object. Freely you can access. But what is the difference between protected section and private section? Inside the class, I mean to say, let us assume with an example, I have created a material class. In the material class earlier in the PPT, as I have shown there, here, right? So material date I have created under protected, and unit of measurement I have put it under private. Then you tell me the above two are public. Then you tell me the difference between these two, protected material date and material. When it comes to material class itself, alone for material class first. For a class, when you are working inside a class, protected and private both are same. You will not find any difference when you are talking about this particular class. They both are behave like private. Private means that can be accessible only by the methods, but you cannot directly access them by the instance, object name. Public components, public attributes, yes, with the object name you can access. But private components, you cannot access with the object name. So protected and private both behave the same way as like private only when you are working within this class. But when you are doing the inheritance, that means when you are creating subclasses from the superclasses, during that time, the public components will get inherited to your subclass. The public components, like material code and description, will get inherited to your subclass. You can go and see them in your subclass directly. The subclass definition that will be appeared. The public components will get inherited. Protected components also will get inherited to your subclass, but private components will not get inherited to your subclass. You will not see the private components directly appeared within your subclass, but protected components will come. So I wanted something to be private, but to be available for inheritance. I wanted someone in my class completely as like a private, but when it comes to the inheritance, that one should get inherited in my subclasses. During that time, we will create those components which absolutely behave like private only, but available for inheritance, eligible for inheritance. Those things we do create as protected components. So that is a difference of those things too, and the definitions of inheritance, abstract, everything is explained over there. Abstraction, abstract classes, final classes, creation of all the instances is explained that we have already talked about. And static components, if you wanted to create, this is the syntax we will use: class data or class method. When you write class data, class hyphen data, it will be a static attribute. When you write class hyphen method, it will be a static method. If you don't write this class addition, I mean local classes when you are dealing with, here in the global classes, we do write here, is it a instance or static. And about the methods, you can write import parameters, export parameters, return parameters. Methods can raise the exceptions. Methods can be defined as final methods, and methods can be redefined in your subclasses. Methods can be defined as abstract methods or final methods as well. And methods also can be defined as event handlers, or some of the events belongs to other classes. This is the nature of methods, programmable statements too. You can understand this, and I'm just quickly going through this. Then interfaces, very important topic to deal with.
Your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which protocol is used for communication in SAP RAP? Option A, SOAP. Option B, REST. Option C, MQTT. Option D, WebSockets. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to become a master at SAP RAP? Our course is right here, waiting for you. You can take it whenever you want on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP RESTful Application Programming. It's like a magic kit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough stuff to getting them where they need to be. Our course has it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you've got. And guess what? Our students love the course. Loads of folks just like you have found it super helpful. The best part, it's super affordable. Learning this much shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP RESTful Application Programming Pro? Sign up on our page now, and for more info, head over to ZaranTech's website.
When it comes to the concept called OData, first we will try to understand the concept about API. API stands for Application Programming Interface, right? Because OData is also one of the API styles. Why do we need APIs first of all? Usually, APIs we need if we wanted to access something belongs to one system. If you want to access some content that belongs to one system, we need one API. In fact, more than API, basically we need one interface. That is the right beginning actually to start this discussion. Interface we required. So normally we use that word interface so many times in so many different contexts. So interface we can simply understand. For example, there is a room. You just think like that. There is one big room. Inside that room, there are some materials are there. There is some content is there inside that room. Now, if you wanted to use them, you have to get into that room. How do you enter into your room? Definitely for that room, there will be one door somewhere. Maybe on this side or on the other side, there will be one door through which we can able to enter into that room. So that once if we can get into that room, obviously you can see what is there inside that room, and you can able to access that details which you found inside that room. So that door which is there for that room, that is basically called as interface to that room. Similar context, so there can be multiple interfaces also to access that room, like one front gate and one back gate. Certain things we can access through front gate, certain things we can access through the back gate. So it is also even possible. So that door which is letting you to access something which is there inside, that is called interface. Here also to access, to execute certain things, like I wanted to see the sales order data, or I wanted to create a new sales order, whatever inside that SAP server, inside that system, there is something staying there about products, about materials. If I wanted to access that, I need an interface. Then there are two types of interfaces available to you. One is user interface, which we call as UI, and another one is programming interface, which is called PI. So user interface and programming interface. By using any one of that, we can able to make your job get done. Both are interfaces only. So the user interface is something like which is appearing to you in a visual format with some visual elements, with the visual controls. So by using that user interface, nothing but our application, we are entering all the details, you are entering the required information, you are clicking on some buttons, you are executing some actions. Finally, your sales order is getting created. Or else you are entering some from date to date, and you are pressing some button, and all the required sales orders between the two dates, whatever sales orders are created, that information it is populating and it is showing to you. So your input, your output, your interaction, finally you are accessing something from the system. You are accessing something which is there in that room by using that user interface. And that user interface is fully well programmed interface, and it is taking care of all the validations, all the input checks. If finally, once if it ensures that everything is in place, everything is given in the correct format, then only it is letting you to execute that. And finally, that order may be either getting stored in the system or created order you are able to access from there, which you are accessing through user interface. But who can able to access that user interface? Certainly the persons, the people who are part of that system, who have the login access to that system, can able to access that user interface. And regarding that user interface, they might require some client tools also installed in their systems. Like example, SAP screen, if you wanted to access, we need SAP GUI, and web screens, if you want to access, you need a web browser. Certain client tools also will be required to have in your system. Finally, you will execute that task by using the user interface. If I can give that user interface access to you, that is one type of interface to see, to interact with the content. On the other side, there is another interface also there, another door for the same room, right? That is your programming interface. That means there is no UI. It is fully like a bulk of code. Some code is written like in a program, in a programming language, but still it is doing the same job. Now it is a callable object, a consumable object. That programming interface is an executable object. By calling that program, by consuming that program, by executing that program, the same thing again you are doing. You are able to interact with the system. So that is called programming interface. UI, user interface, PI is a programming interface. So that programming interface only we are calling as like API, application programming interface, because that programming we are writing in order to access some application. The data belongs to some application. So in generic, we are calling it as like API. It is not something new. The same thing for last 20, 30 years we have been using in terms of BAPIs also, business API. So BAPI is the best example actually to talk about APIs. In fact, the BAPI definition itself is about your business application programming interface. It is a business API. The same word which we are talking nowadays more frequently, more widely, that is your API. So which is letting the access possible for the external parties to interact with your SAP system. As example, as I have shown in this picture, some external parties there. Maybe there are some Java people or some .NET people. So they are developing some Java applications or .NET applications. They wanted to interact with your SAP system. That means they wanted to enter into this room. They wanted to see what is there inside this room, or they wanted to put some item in this room. If they wanted to put some item in this room, in your SAP S/4HANA room, first they need one door. They have to enter into that. Where is that? So which is letting them to get into that space, either through user interface or through the programming interface. Definitely, they are outside people. They may not have direct access to the system, and they don't want that as well, because the purpose for them is they wanted to do some executable stuff as part of their program, as part of their logic that they are developing in their applications. But finally, the objective is to interact with your SAP server. Not about SAP server, I'm talking about any type of server. Then for that external world, whether it is Java people or .NET people, somebody who wanted to post a new entry in SAP system, or who wanted to access the data of an existing order of your SAP system, then they're asking you, hey, do you have a programming interface for me? Do you have an API? First, they will ask like, do you have an interface? Furthermore, do you have a programming interface? Even furthermore, do you have a application programming interface, API? all about the same thing. Do you have an API? Can you provide me that API so that I can able to consume that? I can able to execute that in my application, in my program, and finally, it will let me to interact with your SAP system, with your SAP server. Then we would say, why not? Yes, we have. Every software vendor, along with their products, along with their application developments, they will definitely provide some bunch of APIs along with their product itself, because certainly they wanted to keep some gates open for the rest of the world to interact with their systems. Every product will come up with their own set of APIs. Why? Those are not internally your system. Absolutely, you can use on your own. About your internal system uses, there is no question about that. But these are the external gates which kept ready along with their product. That is the same thing applicable for SAP systems also. In SAP system also, we have some set of APIs which are coming along with your SAP out of the box. The predefined APIs. Earlier, we used to call them as BAPIs. And after a while, those got evolved with some more advanced mechanisms, techniques, features, and then the same APIs we started developing as web services, SOAP-based web services. Even furthermore, with more innovations, with more advantages that are defined. So today we are there with a mechanism called OData. So all mean for the same thing, a mechanism which is letting you to develop some APIs, or a mechanism or a protocol or a pattern, what name you call it, an architectural principles, what you call it, finally for developing one API for the purpose of letting the rest of the world to interact with your core, to interact with your SAP system. Now in the old days, yes, I would tell them that yes, I have a BAPI. Sales order.get detail is a BAPI we have. So yeah, this is the details about the business object and the BAPI. You please do use that. They will say thank you. Then they will call that BAPI in their Java application, or they will call that BAPI in their .NET application. But of course, certain challenges are there, because BAPI is more of SAP proprietary concept, SAP proprietary technology basically, which includes all of its ABAP own data types. Even this BAPI to be invoked from any Java application or any .NET application, establishing the connectivity with your SAP server. First from the Java system to SAP system, or from the .NET system to your SAP system, some connectivity also to be established. For that, in their Java programming or in their .NET programming, they need to add some add-on patches, they need to add some add-on software. So which is nothing but some additional libraries. By using that, they can able to, so that by equipping that additional libraries, they will be getting some additional commands. Finally, they will be providing your SAP server credentials, client number, user ID, password, and they will first build the test connect. They will establish the connection. All this is happening through the programming only, completely from that respect to Java application only. We used to work with SAP JCO connector, JCO, SAP JCO connector, and SAP .NET connector. So we can download that, and then we can set it. You can, I mean, that third-party systems will set them up in their systems. Finally, I'm continuing my Java application. I have designed one beautiful .NET application. On the .NET application, once the user entered all the field values, finally when he click on the save button, that order details will come and get stored in your SAP tables. How that is happening? The user interface is on .NET. The users belongs to the .NET application are accessing that application. End of the application transaction, that record is getting posted in your SAP tables. That API is making that happen because it is a consumable API. They're including that API in their application development, and they're calling that. But as it has a proprietary data types and proprietary concepts, certain limitations were there. But when we had only APIs at that times, we had to continue with that. The third-party systems use it to call. Even for that only BAPIs are developed in terms of business objects and BAPIs. If you go and look at your SAP system, if you go to the transaction code called BAPI, so this is the business object repository. So all the SAP standard business objects and the respective BAPIs as part of this you can find here. For example, in this list, let me go to sales and distribution or logistics general. Let's go to sales, then let's go to sales order. Yeah. So this is the business object. Sales order is known as business object of the object type BUS 2032. This is the same thing even we do use in SAP workflows. In fact, this business objects concept actually developed for workflows purpose, but the same thing extended for BAPIs as well. So if you think sales order as your business object, these are all the BAPIs. Sales order get list. This is a method. So the list of the sales orders it will retrieve. And get status, the status of one particular sales order, it will be showing to you. And whether it is a released BAPI, if it is a released BAPI, that means it is available for any of your productive consumptions. You can go for. Today we are calling the same thing as whitelisted APIs. Nothing but the completely tested, verified, and published APIs. So which confidently you can able to use them even in your productive environments as well. Those which are not, which you not find in the released status, so might be you can use them, but still we cannot ensure the confirmation of that proper executions or the guarantee, or even should be cautious about it to use them in our productive environment. However, all the released APIs only you can see. Basically, this is your business object and this is your BAPI. Get list is the BAPI. Then the Java people or .NET people will call this BAPI in such a way that sales order dot get list or sales order dot get status. So by using this corresponding business object and this business method, they can execute. Then how this get list is actually programmed in the system. In the system, this get list method is programmed in a function module. This is the name of the function module actually. So we should not think that this is the BAPI actually. No, this is not the actual, this is not the BAPI. This is the name of your function module in which the required coding is written, which is mapped to this business object and this corresponding method, right? But just to differentiate that, because this particular method, finally this particular code, if you double click on that BAPI, I mean this function module, so this particular function module finally is going to execute this code for the purpose of external calling. External people are going to see the end results of this execution of this coding. So for that, certain certain cautions we should be clear about. For example, in this particular code, we should not write any call transaction statements, call screen statements, and raise exception statements, because if you do those things, if it is an exception will be caught in the SAP ABAP environment, but this is going to be executed for the external people. That size value will not get written to them. And if you make any call transaction statements, call screen statements, that screens or that transactions cannot get opened because this is calling by the Java guys. So we will avoid those kind of like there won't be any exceptions here. There won't be any GUI status things or call transactions or call screen kind of statements or raising exception statements in this type of code, only with some import and export parameters. Finally, any error information also, if we wanted to send back, we will send back with this return parameter. That is how a very specially programmed well taken care function module has written here. So just to differentiate that, it is written as like your BAPI underscore something something here, just to show that other than that, it is just as usual like one of your remote enabled function module, as usual as like your any other function modules, remote enabled function modules. This is also a function module that is created, but this particular coding has been tagged with this business object sales order for the method get list. So these are going to be your business objects with the corresponding methods. These methods are actually the APIs, which will be consumed by the external parties like Java applications, .NET applications, kind of thing. But as I said before, they have the challenges, and they're asking, is there any better API available with you, which I can easily consume? And these BAPIs are not web-based protocol. It is TRFC, transactional RFC communication protocol based. But they're little preferring, okay, fine, this BAPI only I do call, this BAPI only I will execute. Is there anything? Yes, we have web services also started developing. We have OData services also started developing. The moment they heard about there is an OData from my end to call you, then absolutely they will say, please stop giving all other stuff, give me this OData service. It is also an API, but the latest standard we can talk about and coming up with its own set of advantages. For example, the BAPI, even when I call the response, so BAPI is also one type of API, but the response will go back to them in a ABAP standard data types itself, but that will be converted into their Java local data types. But the data type to internal data type conversion will take place. For that connectors will help the Java applications and .NET applications. But here it is a protocol, it is some newly designed guidelines, newly developed protocols with much of its own set of advantages, in which finally the response, like whatever the sales order data, purchase order data you are fetching from your backend tables, for which you written the code in your OData, that response is finally sending back to the caller in the format of XML or in the format of JSON, JavaScript object notation. So those are most widely accepted formats, neutral formats, not any proprietary formats, which can be easily understood, which can be easily rendered by any other application softwares. So one of the advantage it is bringing, that is one of the advantage that we are getting in OData API. And along with that, it is an HTTP protocol. So it is a web protocol directly working on HTTP standards. And lot many operations can be performed within this OData service development in terms of creations, updations, deletions on your backend database. A simple URL format, a simple URL to call. So how simple you will access your Google page, you will open your browser and just simply you will type www.google.com. So how simple you are writing one URL in the browser to access something, any resource over the web. If you wanted to access, simply you need its URL. If you type the URL in the browser window, simply you are able to access that. It is as simple as that. The targeted object simply we are accessing with the help of that simple URL, and that URL which is coming up with some additional query operations also, which is letting you to perform additional tasks on your database. So these are all about the things which are coming in OData service. So it is a neutral format, not a proprietary format of SAP. It is not in fact developed by SAP. Anyone knows who developed this OData protocol? Which company developed this OData protocol?
Microsoft.
Yeah, right. Microsoft. So it is a open standard, open protocol, which widely accepted by all software industries nowadays. Then whatever API you are creating for in your SAP system, you're developing that as an OData. Vice versa. So your OData is being called by the external parties. On the other side, even the external parties are also providing some APIs. Even their systems, those applications also should provide some API. And even same way, you're also asking them, hey, I wanted to interact with your system. Do you have an API? Yes. What type of API is it? Is it an OData? Yes, it is an OData, please. So their OData, you will be accessing. So their OData service, you will be accessing in your SAP applications, in your programs, in order to communicate with that external parties also. So like that, our OData they are consuming, their OData we are consuming. Finally, the communication is taking place between all these partners. So that is about OData understanding, as it is the API terminology. And how simple it is actually, how easy they made this OData protocol comparatively all other protocols is like, it almost looks like your SQL queries. Every one of us knows our SQL queries very easily. So if you wanted to fetch some data from any table, we will write in SQL query like select star from Mara. We do write. If you wanted to fetch all the columns from the Mara table, you write the query like select star from Mara into your internal table, whatever. But you will write the SQL query like select star from Mara. All the fields of the Mara table will comes to you. Okay. But I don't want all the fields of the Mara table. Only material number, material name, material quantity, only material unit of measure. These are the fields all I want. Then you will mention select material number, MATNR, and ERSDA, ER name, and net weight, and all the fields, whichever fields that you require, you will write. But I wanted only the materials belongs to the raw material category. Then how do we write the query? Select star from Mara where material type is equal to ROH. So you are mentioning that I wanted to fetch only the raw materials, right? And then, so within this raw materials, again the material codes which are starting with A, then you do write that one. And that material should be grouped by that material group. You can write that group by clause as well. So whatever, however you wanted to access the data from your database, today we are able to fetch that by writing our SQL queries in all that patterns. You can put where conditions, you can put filter conditions, you can put group by clauses, sort by clauses, and whatnot. Your OData services are also exactly work on the similar fashion. Like in your select query, it is for fetching the data. But now I don't want for select, but I want to insert the data in the table. Yes, you have a SQL command called insert command. You have insert so and so into some table. Your content is getting inserted. You want to update the table, you will be using update command, delete command. So these are all the standard SQL commands we are using in our programs to perform various operations on your database. When it comes to your OData, exact similar pattern also even you will see here. When somebody is calling this OData service, your OData service also capable of performing all these operations depend on how that OData service has been built. For example, if one of my OData is just created only for the purpose of reading the data, but not for posting the data, then it has that limitation. So that OData service I can use only for fetching the data, but not for creating a new entry into the table. It is all completely dependent on how that OData completely has been created, what sort of operations are agreed and permitted to be performed in the OData, and how totally it is programmed, right? But the exact similarities you can apply over here also when we are consuming this OData. Simply that resource, it is a resource locator, universe resource locator, URL. That resource is nothing but your backend business object, your backend database table. So exact resource we can able to address in this URL format, and within that you will be having an option like providing additional query options also. In the URL you will mention that complete URL http:// your SAP server address / your OData address / then all the data will be fetched upon. Then you want to put a where condition. Here also you can put where material type equal to raw materials. Only that data will fetch. I wanted to get only the first 100 records. In your select query, you do right. Here also you do right the same way. And I wanted to filter the records based on some city value only. Yes, you can filter that values. I wanted to provide some key field value where material number equal to 101. Only that single material record I wanted to get. Here you can provide that. That's the reasons. OData, also even known as SQL of web. There is a nickname actually for OData also. People just in the favor of love towards it, they will call OData services like SQL of web. As it looks like as simple as like your execution of your SQL commands on the backend resources. That is how this OData works team. It is a universal pattern, and once if the OData is created, no matter what is the programming language used, what is the programming language used behind this OData, whether it is coded in ABAP, whether it is coded in Java, or whether it is coded in .NET, that is not matters. Finally, it is an OData. It has a URL. Enough. That information is more than enough for the consumers to call because they know how one OData looks like. Everyone knows. Everyone knows how OData looks like. What will be there in because it is a universal standard. It is a universal format. It's an open protocol, so everyone understood. So once if you provide the URL to them, like this is the URL of my OData, can you please start? Yes, from there onwards they will come to know what is the metadata information of this OData service, how many, what type of data is it returning, what are the key fields to be thrown, what is the response that they can expect by calling this OData. All these details they will automatically come to know the moment you have provided your OData service details. Of course, if it is a public, if it is published openly in a public net, then accessible for everyone. But if it is securely kept inside your system along with some authorizations, before they are calling the OData service, they should provide their authorizations, right? Whether it is basis the basic authentication or about service key authentication. Various types of authentications are there. By providing that credentials, finally they can able to access that. But your OData, how it looks to others OData also looks the same for you. So today in one of your ABAP applications or one of your RAP applications, if you wanted to consume anyone else OData service, also the same thing. Let's come to know the URL and the other credentials, create one client object, and you can able to consume that. Even so, every like central government is actually released one OData service. So for weather forecasting for next 1 week, weather forecasting. Now in all of your applications, simply you can consume that OData and that weather forecast report, which is measured by central government departments, that you are getting here. The live stock exchange details we are getting there, and the live cricket score we are getting there. Everyone is offering their content, offering their information in the form of an API, especially in the form of an OData service. The only thing is just you are waiting for calling that, you are waiting for consuming that only. So that is the background about OData service, and some of the terminologies should be aware of when we are going to work on, because even in RAP applications also, finally once if the service is developed, that is going to be OData. So in which entities, entity sets, and other like about navigation properties. So those things should come to know. We will see that today. So in our SAP systems, for you can develop your own OData services, you can test your OData services. For testing your OData services, they have given a client tool also, that is called the gateway client we have. So that we are using for our internal OData service testings. Similarly, you can use this Postman kind of tools. So there is a tool called Postman. So there are so many tools available for various API testing team. You can use that, and widely used tool is Postman, and also you can use about SOAP UI tool, and there are so many, like XML validator tool is there. There are so many tools are there, so that we can use for the execution of, for the testing of APIs. Right. So here you can enter any of your API, OData service that you have, if you have developed. Even the API from our SAP servers also, nothing but the OData services that are available in our SAP servers. So this is one of the tool that we can use. So normally when we are learning any OData services, about the beginning of OData services, we will talk, everyone talks about that one sample example is there called Northwind service, right? So even you people in your browser, you can type Northwind service, you can go to Google, and here you can type Northwind service. So one of the OData services available in the public net. So from here you can access that. So at this HTTP, at the host IP address and the service name. So this is the service name you can copy. Northwind service, if you type, you can get it. And that service we are putting here. So here, when we are testing the OData service, when we are consuming the OData service, as I said before, it is SQL. In SQL, you will be having different commands, right? If you are using an SQL command, then definitely either it should be a select command or update command or a delete command or a modify command. Multiple SQL commands you're executing. Similarly, on your OData service also, on your URL, what is your command? So here, those SQL commands are mapped here with the HTTP methods. These are the HTTP methods. So get is equal to your select. The select SQL command, it is absolutely equal to your get command. And insert command, which we are using to insert a new record into our tables, that is here will be mapped with post. So post with your data, with your OData service, if you put the HTTP method as post, and if you provide some body, if you provide some content here, and if you execute that request, automatically that content will get posted into the target resource, nothing but the table. And you wanted to make some changes, you can do put and to update the whole record, patch for making some small patchwork updates, delete, etc. we can use. So this is the URL of your OData service. So this is a public OData service. No difference. Even your sales order OData service from S4HANA system also looks like the same. So there is one documentation portal here. Let me increase this to. Is it clear, team?
Yes.
Right. So any sorry. So any OData service, if you wanted to consume, if you wanted to call, as I said, these standards remains the same. Whether it is your SAP OData service or somebody's OData service, that's what I said. Once the moment they come to know it is an OData, everyone will be so happy because they don't need to learn anything new additionally about that OData consumption. As neutral as it is. So whatever they learned long back about OData consumption, still the same thing today. So still the same thing. That OData, one OData is giving by your SAP team from which is developed in SAP server, and somebody else giving another OData which is developed in Java application or .NET application. But for me, being a consumer, both are same. Both are just two OData services. I don't mind where those two services are developed and what is the language used behind that services, like ABAP or Java or etc. Your OData service will be called like this team. So your HTTP protocol anyhow will be there. Your host will be there, host number and then port number. Obviously, this is common. Any web content if you are accessing, that host with respect to port number will be there, right? Then the service route you will mention. So whatever the OData service that you have created, that service route will be there. And in that service route, you will be mentioning the resource path, exactly what you are going to access. For example, here if you look at this symbol, so this is your service route, the complete host number and the complete up to service name. So odata.svc, service usually represented with the extension .svc. This is called your service route. Now in this one, what is the resource path? Resource path is indicating what information you wanted to access from that service, because that service is ready to give you so many sets of data. Like it is ready to give you material data, it is give you to customer master data, it is the same service which is offering you many more things. We can embed multiple things within one service itself, all the relevant information, the list of products, the list of customers, the list of vendors, and the list of orders created, also offering to you from the same service. Then what do you want to access? Products or customers or vendors? What is your current requirement? That you will mention here. That is called your resource path. It can be in the combination of multiple paths also. For suppose I'm calling categories, I'm passing the key field. This is called where condition, where category ID is equal to 1. I will explain you just in a while. Where category is equal to 1. I'm not calling products. Products are again of different categories. Multiple products are there, belongs to different categories. I am calling especially category 1. In category 1, what are the products are there? That product list I am calling. So this is called your resource path. The exact resource we are calling. These resources only in OData terminology we call as entities, entity set. We call these resources, we can call these two are alias, synonyms only to resource, or simply we can call it as like entity sets. So each OData service will come up with its own set of entity sets. That means the set of the business records. Then additional query options also we can provide. These are called query options. Finally, an OData call will looks like this. The scheme, the host, the port, the service route, that is nothing but the name of the service, the resource path, because that service is offering you many more entities. Among that, which entity sets you wanted to consume, you wanted to call, you will mention that, and additional query options. These are up to you. Like after where condition, you do right now, where up to n rows, group by, city, order by, employee name, whatever the additional options you are writing, that you can write. Not mandatory. If you wanted, you can write. Otherwise, that is fine. That query options always get separated by this question symbol. So wherever you find this question symbol, it is indicating that from here, the query options started. And if you wanted to provide multiple query options, those has to be embedded with this ampersand symbol. You see, the query options, $top is one query option. Mostly query options will begin with the dollar. Right, where $top equal to 2. I wanted to get only the first 2 records, top 2 records, and one more condition also, and order by name, that has to be displayed in the name by order. So if you wanted to mix multiple conditions, we'll put this ampersand symbol also. This is how it looks like, Tim. So one of the standard examples given here, we will handle some of the entities from there. So this is the OData service. Every OData service will come up with the 2 sets of documentation. Service documentation and the second one is metadata documentation. About any OData service, these 2 things will be available. As I said, one is service documentation. The second one is the metadata documentation. So here, the moment you type the service and if you click on the send button, so we got some response here. If the response, if this service not triggered, if the service, if I could not able to reach then I will not get the status code 200. I will be getting status code 400, 500, 300 series. Every series is having some significance. I will show you that. 300 series codes will indicate a different meaning. 400 series, 401, 402, 403 are indicating a different series. Again, 500 series will indicate a different purpose. Similarly, 200 series also. So mostly 200, all 200 series codes are about successful executions only. So the 200 status of this service is indicating that yes, it is working fine. So what it contains, this is your service documentation. The first one, what you got is called service documentation. This service documentation is actually describing how many entities it is giving to you. From this service, what I can access, what are the resources are available. That is the detail you will get from the service documentation. Nothing else, just only the name of the service you will mention there. The same thing we will test about one of the OData services also parallelly here. There is one OData service, gateway basic. Let me parallelly let us do that one as well. Not edit. So this gateway sample basic is a default OData service. I mean, sample OData service SAP has developed for testing purpose, for learning purpose. So this OData service I'm enabling here, I'm activating here in the SAP system. Gateway sample service. Now it is coming here. So once the OData service, we will see, we will also develop our own OData service. We will also add that service here. So once if the OData service, it is a standard service we have registered in the gateway system by using this IWFND maintenance as a service T code. So if you come to this service and there is a client like Postman client, what we are using for the external services. If you go to this gateway client, so this is your service name. I mean, the complete host number, port number are hidden there. You can get that complete URL also. Finally, on this path, on the host number, on the port number, this is your root URL on the SAP folder, OPU folder, OData folder, IWBEP. In that folder, this is the name of your service. GW sample underscore basic service is given. Then on this service, here the query option by default coming dollar format equal to XML, not required also. Same thing, whatever we have seen in the Postman client, you can see the similar methods here as well. And it is an HTTP protocol. Every HTTP request will be carrying two sections. You know that HTTP request, HTTP response. You will send a request first, right, to the web server, and from the web server, the HTTP response will come back. When we are sending the request, you might sometimes provide some, input fields also, some input values also may be required. Those things we will put here. This is every HTTP message will contains header and body. So this is the request header and this is request body. Similarly, once if you get the response after you reach this URL address, you will get some HTTP response back. Even that HTTP response also will have response header and response body. So let us test this service first. So here in the request, when I'm doing, I'm not passing any parameters. If you want, we can pass here. We can add more request header fields. in the request header. In the request header also, you will add some fields about any authentication keys or token IDs, etc. And the request body you will fill, which is going along with the request first while hitting the server. And when the response come back, a response also will contains response header section and response body section. This is the usual format of any HTTP message. If you talk about our IDOCs, every IDOC will contain that header record and then data record and then status record, right? It contains 3 sections, isn't it? For indicating various things, the business and the top record and the bottom record. Similarly like that. Let us execute this service stream. So here, when I run the flat service, this is called service documentation. This service documentation describes what are the entities it is returning. So you will come to know it is returning some product set if you want, it is returning sales order set, it is returning sales order line items set, it is returning contact set. So these are all the set of details that we can expect from this service. So this is your service documentation. This is SAP OData service we are talking. Similarly, let us go to this Northwind OData service. This is another test service. Here also I have seen the the service documentation, and I come to know that these are all the entities that this particular service is ready to give to me, about customers, about employees, about order details, about orders, etc., etc. All right. One of these are all called resources. One of this resource I can write here. I have shown that here. After your service route, you will be mentioning your resource path. What is the exact resource you wanted to consume? You want products, you want materials, you want sales orders within that service. Whatever is your need, that you can mention there. So here in this one, we can mention that. But before we mention the resource path, service documentation you have seen, let us see the metadata documentation. That metadata of this service we can access by entering $metadata. After the service name, immediately you can add this query option. You can add this section called $metadata and click on send. This will return the metadata of the service. Here, what is the difference between this is metadata documentation. Here it will completely describe the full length details about that service. So earlier the service documentation just listed what are all the resources available in that service. That's it, nothing more. But if I am getting product, I should come to know what is the information I'm getting there. For example, entity customer. Earlier I said, yeah, customer data is coming, but in customer, what is the data it is giving to me? It is giving customer ID, customer name, contact details, address details, and within that, customer ID also is taken care as a key field there. So unique customer IDs I am expect, and by using that unique customer ID, exact customer details also even I can query, like where condition, where customer ID equal to 101, something as such. So this is the complete information about every entity, like employee entity is there. In that one, what is the details I can expect? And also in every entity, it is coming up with some navigation property also. This navigation property is indicating from employee from employee itself, being an employee, what else I can able to navigate. That means about one employee, while I'm reading, I can able to see all the orders placed by employee, because that orders has a connectivity with this employee entity. That is also designed while creating that service. That navigation properties also you can see here. We will see that through some with some example executions. So this is called the metadata of your service. So these are the two types of documentations available for every OData service team: service documentation and metadata documentation. Parallelly, we will do test that for SAP OData service also. So this is the service documentation. So here I'm getting, this is different. This is SAP service I'm talking about. So if I wanted to come to know the metadata here, let us type dollar metadata, execute. Then I got the metadata information of this service in my SAP system. Here it is. I'm getting business partner. Of each business partner ID will be the key field, and these are all the fields of the business partner, which I'm getting. Now, so metadata, even meaning is data. Metadata means it is data about data. That is a meaning for metadata. You can simply to say. So metadata is the data which is describing about the data you are going to experience. Okay. So service. Then now we will start about how do we provide the resource paths. So I wanted to get the business partners list. This is the entity name, business partner. So here you can type, but it is case sensitive. Exact casing you should use. I wanted to access the business partner. This is the resource path. Let us execute this. Sorry, entity set, business partner set. Business partner is entity type. Entity set name is business partner set. Execute. Here I got the list of business partners from SAP system within this SAP system, right? Business partner ID and business partner address, business partner ID, business partner address, all the list of business partners I got here when I tested this OData service. Here I have entered that particular entity set. Similarly, along with business partner set, what else are the other entities I can access from this same OData? If you click, you don't need to remember that. You already seen that earlier in the service documentation you have seen, right? Earlier we have seen, right? The same thing again available here. Earlier, when you look at the service documentation, there you have already seen. So you're getting business partner set, you're getting product set, you're getting sales order set. These are all the sets of data coming to you. As you have already seen, same thing will appear here also. Entity set. You can go there. Here you can see the possible entity sets this particular OData service is giving to you. But these are all internally used for these sets. So here you can choose any one of this. Let's say product set. That will automatically come here. Execute. Then here I got the list of products. Product ID HT1000, product ID HT1001, product ID HT1002. As many products are there, that many are listed here. There are so many hundreds of products are there. But I don't want to get all these products. I wanted to get just only first 5 products only, not more than 5. As I said, for that kind of things, we have the query options that we can provide. What is the query option that we can provide? Question mark for establishing the query option, and the query option parameter is $top. $top is equal to 2 or equal to 5 or equal to 10. The top 2 records, the top 5 records, we can execute it. So query option will start with this question symbol, and for getting the top 2 records, the query option parameter name is $top. Execute. So here I got now only 2, HT1000, HT1001. That's it. I didn't get anything more. There is nothing to scroll down. As I have given here, the $top 2. Here I can mention about $5 for getting the top 5 records. It listed the 5 records. Then when I got the response, this is the, if I scroll this down, This is the response header. You see, in the response header, you will get status code, status region, and that cookie information, token information. Lot of details you will get back, and these are all required in certain cases for establishing some communications, especially for post method, input method kind of testing cases. We'll see that. So, but this is the response header we got, and this is the response body. This is how we can use this query option $top2 for finding, for filtering only some number of records that we wanted. But I don't want that. I wanted to get the data about one particular key field. For example, product ID HT1007. This particular product ID only I wanted to see, not 5 records, not 10 records, but a specific product ID. How do we? Normally in our SQL queries, we do write where condition, where product ID is equal to HT1001. Here also, we will put the braces after the product set. Here, we will mention the key field. Your key field is product ID. Product ID is equal to the product ID value, HT-1007, bracket close. Execute this query. I got the response, but this time exactly I got only that particular single product. I did not get any other product. If in case if I give 1001, product ID is equal to 1001, execute it, then I got the product ID information in the response, HT1001. Normally, in most of the scenarios, you will be having in your entity set, you will be having only one key field. When you have only one key field, how do we know there is only one key field? Say metadata, again you should go to metadata documentation only. So this is the metadata you have seen. So here it is clearly describing what is the key field. So right now there is only one key field. In this, so team, parallel I am showing both of these things. Don't get confused. I am running a different OData service here, and I am running a different OData service in SAP. This is different. This is different. This is some open, publicly available OData. We are calling from the Postman client. But just to show you that what SAP OData, this is not SAP OData definitely. This is somebody else OData. But the calling, the execution, everything remains the same. For demonstrating that parallelly, we are working in this way. When you have only one single key field, in that case, when you are calling the OData service, you no need to provide the field name. If you have multiple key fields, yes, sometimes when we define entities for certain entities, it will take about 2 key fields, 3 key fields also. We can have multiple key fields also within one entity. If you have like that, compulsory you must provide the field names attached with that 2 key field names combination you should provide. But if you have only one key field, this one you can avoid. The field name you can avoid. Just the value you can directly put in this brackets. System will understand that. Nothing but that value you are passing for the purpose of product ID only. Execute. I'm sorry, I think I should put here. Right. So we got this HT1001. If I say HT9999, there might not be a product available with that ID. Oh, that is also there. 9889. Bad request. There is no product available with that. See here in the description, we got the message like product with key HT99989 does not exist. But this is also there. Like that, key field If you have, we can provide the key field information to filter that exact record by providing that field name is equal to value name, or else direct key field also you can mention in the brackets indicating that we are passing the key field value only over there. All right, team. So we have seen how do we know what are the entity sets available for your OData service. These are all the entity sets. You can select one of your entity sets as we are looking at product sets now, and key fields also we can pass, and query options also you will be finding here. Add URI options. So if you go there, some of the query options like dollar format, dollar top, dollar skip, some of the extensions we can find over here. Dollar metadata you have already seen. Dollar format equal to JSON. This is also another important. So somebody is calling your SAP OData, but that response they don't want to receive in an XML format. By default, it will return the response in XML format, but they wanted to receive the response in JSON format. For that, you don't require to do anything at your end. OData will automatically take care of. You don't require to code differently. You leave that. That is caller wish. If caller wanted the response to receive in JSON format, let him put it. Your OData framework will automatically take care of that, and the expected response it will send to them in the JSON format. It looks like this. It is a key value pair combination JSON format. It is even more easy, more convenient format basically about UI application bindings. So mostly UI developers while developing UI applications, they would prefer to receive the response in the JSON format only. Even the same thing, if you go to our Northwind service, so service we have received, and within this service, if I wanted to receive the products, so list of products I got here, product ID 1, product ID 2, product ID 3, etc. This product belongs to category 1. This product belongs to category 2. Like that it is there. All right. Then here, query option, dollar format is equal to XML. You can mention about here directly. We can change actually. Yeah, the response format. You can see it is not XML. Data is correct. XML formation is not correctly happening. This. Let's go for JSON. In JSON format, it is showing very clearly here. Similarly with products, let us see some categories also. CATE category. Products 1. Only the product ID 1 is written. The product 1, if I wanted to know the category, so within the product 1, this is the details of the category. Actually, this is the image of the category, which is not rendering here. If you have the correct tools for the image rendering, that will be automatically shown here. So in the product 1, the category information of the product 1, if you wanted to know. So here you see the combination of paths we have given. For the product 1, the details of the category I wanted to know. So category ID 1, category name beverages, description soft drinks, coffees, teas, something like that, and the picture which is actually stored um, in the bytestring format also, even it is coming up here about the product one category. So like that, the combination of the resource paths also we can provide. And also there is a property called expand, that also we will see. So this is how your OData service will work over their team. But so we have tried so many things with get operations. But the same thing, if I wanted to do some post, like I wanted to create a product, yeah, here again same thing. Service remains the same, products remains the same, but this time I'm not executing this for get, not get products. I want to say post products. Wanted to create a new post. Then here, if you observe, there are two windows for you. The top one is the request section. The below one is the response section. Here, request headers, request body. In the request body, you will put, because you wanted to post means some product details. The new product details you have to upload here and fill any authorization details if required, header details if required, body details if required. Let's pull up all the details and then finally push the request. If this service really implemented for executing the post operations, it will absolutely post the records and you will get the response also over here. But in this service, it will not work. We will see that in our SAP OData. Okay, so we have seen about various get operations team. But one thing you should understand here, it will be there behind the scenes about your OData. When you are calling the get, especially with get, here you will be using your entity set name, product set only. But in get, while you are fetching the data, behind the scenes, there are two methods are there. One is called get entity and the second thing is called get entity set. That it is absolutely equal to your two select queries. Select single or select. Select single always will return exactly one record based on whatever condition you given, or even if you don't give in any condition also, the first record it will return. So select single always retrieve one command, one record from the database, and select will retrieve multiple records, correct? Exactly here in the similar way, get entity set. There are two methods will execute behind the scenes. Get entity, see the name itself is indicating get entity, only one single entity it is going to retrieve. Get entity set, the name itself is indicating it is retrieving multiple records. Always when you write the entity set name here and get method, this is calling that get entity set method, not get entity. Get entity method will always trigger the moment you provided the key field value. When you provide the key field value, during this time, get entity set will not trigger. It will go and execute a different method that is called get entity. We will see that by exploring one OData service on our own. If you execute this time, though you got the record, but in the behind the scenes, this is not retrieved by the same method, but this is taken care by another different method that we will see. For post, put, patch, they're all individual methods that we will work out. So here, this link I will share it in. This will describe basically in understanding OData services, the syntaxes. As I said, OData standards are very neutral. About we can provide the / navigation property we have given earlier from the products to categories we have navigated, and some of the additional query options. If you see order by, You can provide $top. You can provide $top equal to 5. We have executed. So here, if you see this example, same on the service products, let us give this. So first 5 records, and at the same time, ampersand, another condition, order by name description. Should be name, I think so. Field. Hey, what a bundles. Oh, sorry. I didn't change this to get. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm executing this on the post method. So 5 records are displayed here, and product ID, product name, Chai, Chang, and order by product name we will see. And dollar order by is equal to product name. So here, first, same 5 products only it retrieved, but this time it retrieved the products according to the alphabetical order of the product name. Alice, first it starts with A, next again AN, next B, Boston, then this one. So 5 records ordered by the product name. So multiple query operations we can embed with this ampersand symbol also. So these examples from here we can take up one after one. These things we can test on our Northwind service also, and parallelly that one we can test even in our SAP OData services also. Here also the same thing, we can get it. As I said, these standards are universal. So those things you can apply on your SAP OData services when you are testing it in gateway client, vice versa on the Postman or any other client tools also. So these are all the various examples like products, dollar filter. Dollar filter also we can use. So this is basically to filter out only some condition based, and dollar select also there. For example, here I am getting all the information about product ID, product name, supplier ID. I don't want all this. I just want only product ID and product name, not all these remaining fields. That the remaining fields we don't want to see that. So ampersand dollar select equal to product ID comma product name. So now I got the response, but this time same 5 records, alphabetical order according to product name, but I have avoided I'm not interested in looking at the rest of the fields data. I just filtered only my specific product names. So like select star or select mention the required fields that you can mention here with this dollar select, another query operation. Dollar filter I will show with one example, and so many of these string functions, decimal functions also even you can execute on your expression stream on your various commands. And then expand property, this is also one important thing. So this expand property we do use to get the like associations. This is about associations. While accessing the products, more details about the categories and suppliers relevant to that product, or in each category, how many products, and by the products, how many suppliers are there for that products. If you wanted to expand, like from one node to the sub node, in that case, we can use this $expand parameter also. And dollar format, we can use XML and JSON as the standard supported formats. And dollar select also we have used about filtering the fields, as we filtered like product ID and product name, etc. And dollar inline count. So many are there, Tim. Just you have to go through these query options by taking some example of one of the OData services, either within your SAP OData or any public OData also. We can test that. And we will see about a simple example on implementing the CRUD operations on SAP OData by creating one OData from the scratch. We will take a small pause here, and post that we will continue more operations on OData as well. So up to this point, is there any questions, team? And this documentation which I have shown is also a OData organization documentation, only open standard.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core principle of REST architecture? Option A, stateless. Option B, client server. Option C, cacheable. Option D, transactional. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Okay, team. So most of you have seen how these URLs are working when we are consuming any OData. They all looks like the same. Of course, some of the filter strings are not working. That is what we said. I will recheck that again, and in case if there is any, but that should also support. If there is any change in the syntax, I will correct it, and then I will ping you that correct URLs for that. So this is what you learned is about how OData responses are coming to you, maybe in the JSON format or maybe in the XML format, up to your wish, by querying with various options. But every OData, once again, may not support all these operations also. It all depends on how that OData service has been defined. That is important. About filters when it comes to, and about operations, about key field operations, get entity, and sometimes when you're giving the key field, you're getting the response. But for some other OData, if you provide the key field, you may not get that single record. You will be surprised that why it is not coming, because that OData has not defined that particular operation in the backend, in the background. So in that cases, yes, there is a chance like some of your query options will not work as it is defined on the OData service definition. Tim, am I audible?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right.
Can hear you.
So these things you will even better understand if you look at the background, characteristics. If you look at how basically one OData has been formed, if you look at that artifacts, how it is defined from the end-to-end skeleton part, then these operations and the direct influence of these operations on the backend OData services, you can understand even much better. Some of you people are aware of that, but let's have a quick look on this. So if you wanted to develop a new OData service from the beginning, we will create that from the transaction code SAGW. So look at here how one simple OData service we are generating, and from there on how we are eventually implementing each and every operation. So before implementing that operation, how it behaves, and after that how it behaves, that difference also even we can see. There are two options again. If you are developing a new OData service in SAP system, on your own way, there are again two options. Any existed function modules, BAPIs like function modules, so you can leverage them. You can use them instead of you write the complete select query to get the data from VBAK table or EKQ table, right, along with sales orders and line items to be fetched upon. So, but if there is a BAPI available for you to, which is reading the data from the backend, definitely we can use that. We can use that in building your OData service. If there is no such function modules existed before, then you yourself will write your own query. For example, if it is your own G table from which the data has to be fetched, from which the data has to be selected, you will not find any standard function modules for that. So you yourself only will write the query to get the data and put it in the response. We will see that. For that, one quick simple example we will take here. For example, let me take this BAPI function module, BAPI underscore company code underscore get list. So there is a function module which will retrieve the list of company codes available in your system. So if I go there, if you go to this function module company code get list, which is listing all the available company codes, and the company codes master table is T001. So from there it is fetching the data. Anyhow, this is a standard function module. If I execute this function module, so there is no input. There's no import parameters in this function module. If I run, it is retrieving all the company codes list. There are about 362 company codes available in this system. But in the response, it is giving just only the company code and the company name. That is the response we are getting from this BAPI. All right. So there is a BAPI which is retrieving the list of company codes information from this system. So that let me use this BAPI while preparing my OData service, so that I can also able to the company codes list. Somebody else no need to call this BAPI anymore. Instead of that, they can call the OData which we are going to create. But in that OData, instead of we write our own queries of select queries from T001 to fetch the data, simply we will use the help of this BAPI to process that data retrieval part. Let us see how do we do that. And after that, on a G table also, we will write our own select query for fetching the data. So let us go to the transaction code SCGW for that. So if you wanted to develop a new OData service in backend SAP system, go to SCGW, then go to this create new project. So project name. I can save it as a local object. ZComp company, ZComp by so a new project is created. The project name is ZComp. When you look at these sections here, right now there are no subnodes in the runtime artifacts. There is nothing is there in the service implementation also. These two currently you find are the blank folders. Only there are some subnodes are there under data model and some service maintenance part. You can ignore this service maintenance part, not important at this moment. So under data model, here we do create some entity types and entity sets also. We do create here entity types and entity sets. What is entity type? As I said, every business data that is retrieved by your OData service is an entity. Like you have already seen, products, customers, then sales orders, everything is an entity. So within that entity, how many fields are there? So now under product, you observed product ID, product name, whatever the attributes are there in that entity. First, that will be defined as a entity type. It is a data type. Entity type is the definition, like a class definition, like a structure definition, like a custom types definition. That is called entity type. By using that entity type, we do create entity sets. It is an object. Entity sets will be your object with reference to the entity type. While creating the entity type, you will mention your particular entity will be created with 5 fields or 6 fields. How many fields are part of that particular business model you will do create. So you can right click on entity, you can go for create, extra options we can do here. Mostly, most of the times, we will map to one of our data source. Import from DDIC structure. Whereas if you look at our BAPI, this is the one, BAPI underscore company code underscore get list. If you go there, this particular BAPI is exporting the list of company codes by using this structure type, right? This is the response structure type. If I double click on that, yeah, these are the fields. There is no append structure, only company code, company name. These are the fields it is exporting. So this is the exporting structure of this BAPI. Let me take this structure only as a reference structure. So you can create entity type directly from your database structures. For that, you right click on data model, import from DDIC structure. You can mention there. So here I wanted to get the fields from Mara table. I mean, entity type you can provide. So entity type name here is like company. So or material, name of the entity, and from which table you wanted to take from Mara, you can choose upon, and further next screen you can select the fields like that. So here this is the fields I'm going to get from this structure, and my entity name I have given like company. And if you wanted to create the entity set after a while, after first you create entity type. See, first we are creating entity type here. See, look at here, create entity type. Then by default, if you wanted to create the entity set also automatically, you can check this box. If you uncheck also, you can create an entity set at a later point after you create the entity type. Let us choose this, create entity set automatically. So with your entity type, it will add the addition set. So it's not mandatory to keep the name as like set. System just proposing that name. If you wanted to create with a different name also, you can do that. Product set, material set, just for more meaningful name. So this is the name of your entity type. I'm going to create this entity type with reference to this standard ABAP structure. You can use any standard tables also there. Next. So from that ABAP structure, whichever I have referred, in that ABAP structure, these are all the fields. So many fields are there. Among that, which fields you wanted for your entity type building. So anyhow, here I want company code, company name. So everything from the reference structure not required to be taken. Whichever fields you are interested, that one only you can take. You can choose from here. Right now, only 2 fields, which both the fields also I have selected for the creation of my entity type. Click on next. Right. So these are the fields created within the so these are the codes, company code, company name. Default descriptions are coming from the data elements. This is your entity type. But finally, in your entity type, one important thing we should ensure is that one key field must be there. In every entity type, you must create one key field. So here I have chosen company code value as a key field within this entity. Now this is an entity type just with only 2 fields, company code, company name. Click on finish. Now if you see here, one entity type created, my entity type name is company, one entity set also created, entity set name is company set. This is your business object. In the OData service, this one you are using, not this one. Entity type is just only the definition, but this is the one which is the after the service name / we are using, right, products, sales orders, categories. This is the name. That is the name of your entity set. The one which we are using, which we are testing in your OData service calls here, whatever we are using here, here products. This products is the name of the entity set. Same way, here also our entity set name here created as like a company set as such. If you go to service implementation under company set, the moment the entity set is created, earlier there was nothing, but now the moment you have one entity set, on that entity set, on the company set, you can able to implement all these operations. You see, create, delete, get entity set, update. All these individual operations can be implemented on this entity set. Not only company set team, company set, material set, customers set, vendors set, multiple entity sets also we can take within your single service. A single service can accommodate these many multiple entity types and multiple entity sets also. We will extend this with one more entity set also. First, let us complete this. So to this point, what is created? One entity type created with some fields, company code and company name with two properties. And these two also I have not created on my own. I have imported directly from the standard structure. If you don't have that, you will create. You will create entity type, you will create a new entity type, you will write the entity type name, and you will define your own fields. 4 or 5 fields, whatever that is required. That also, like that also we can do create. We will see that. So entity type created with company, entity set created company set. Under the service implementation of company set, these are all the operations that are already arrived. But still, this runtime artifacts showing blank. We will come there after a while. So two things are done. Entity type create under data model part is completed. Under data model, entity types created, entity sets also created. Now go to the service implementation part. But before going to this service implementation part and before implementing these operations, some runtime artifacts should be generated. So for that, like internally, some classes, some hierarchical objects has to be developed, has to be built. Your OData framework automatically take care of that. You select your project, and click on this button, generate runtime objects. So runtime objects are generating. During this time, your system will create one model provider class. Here, the abbreviation you will see MPC, model provider class. So this contains the definition of your entity types, entity sets, etc. Directly, you can modify things in your class also directly. There are two classes created, model provider class as a base class, as a super class. Further, there is one subclass created, model provider class extension. So this extension is indicating it is a subclass created on this super class. Because any customizations, any additional change, any additional fields if you wanted to add, we can add them in the extension class, which will not impact your actual model provider class. The basic definition will still remain in the base class because the changes in the subclasses will not affect your super class. So for that purpose, they have provided this extension class as a subclass. This is to deal about your model. Similarly, one data provider class also will generate it. So here we do write the select queries, insert queries, update queries. This is the coding about to handle the data. Here also the similar way, one data provider class created, data provider class extension also created. These are the two classes created. We can see these two classes as well. And after that, for the OData service going to be created, system proposes one model name and one service name. We can leave it as this. So this is going to be your service name. So you don't need to change any of these names here. Leave all of them as it is. How did we come to this screen? You select your project and click on this button, generate runtime artifacts. Click on continue. Save it as a local object or a package. So when the runtime objects are generating, like it is creating some classes in the background, it is generating some classes. If all is fine, then you will see model provider class created, data provider class created, model object generated, service object generated. All the statistics you should get in green indication. Okay, this is all fine. Now, if you observe the runtime artifacts now, if you expand this, the same thing, whatever are generated, that list you can able to see here. Data provider class extension, model class extension, etc. Now, among this is the class which is important for us. You double click on this class. It will take. So this is the data provider class. We navigate to SCAT object navigator. In this data provider class extension class, if you observe, if you go to the properties, you can see that data provider class as your superclass. Data provider class is there as your superclass, and this is your extension class. In the extension class, if you go to methods, here, these are all so many standard interface methods. You see this symbol is indicating these are all the methods we have taken from the interfaces, multiple interfaces. All these interfaces contributed in the preparation of this class. Here, at the end of the method list, these are the methods. Company set underscore, create entity, delete entity, get entity set, update entity. Like that, on your entity set name, some methods you are finding here. These methods basically representing the actions that you found in the OData project hierarchy. Now, if you wanted to retrieve some data, that coding you should write either in get entity method or get entity set method. For the multiple records, we should write it under get entity set. For single record, we should do it in the get entity. Similarly, we should write the relevant coding for create entity, update entity, etc. We do write that. So under get entity set, if you go, it is already implemented in the base class. So this is the coding which is already implemented in the base class. But if you don't like this particular coding, if you wanted to write your own coding inside your, subclass, any of the method of the super class, if you wanted to write your own code, you know that always we will go to this button, redefine method. We will go to the redefine section and we do write our coding inside this method to fetch the data. But in this case, we no need to write that query, select query to fetch the data, because we already discussed that we want to leverage the standard BAPI for data retrieval part, isn't it? So come to your OData project structure. So once the project is created, when you click on this generate runtime artifacts, all these classes are created. When the entity set is created, at that time under service implementation, all these operations also created. Now let's go to this operation first. Get entity set for retrieving multiple records. For single record, we will go here. Now under get entity set, right click on this. So we can go and write the code in the method directly. In the general cases, we'd go to the class. Which class? I told you, DPC extension. We'll go to the method. We will redefine the method. We write the code. But in this case, as we are using the BAPI, you right click on this get entity set. Here, there is an option, map to data source, right? You go there. For get entity set, rather writing the coding, you just go to map to data source. So which source we are mapping here of type remote function calls. You choose the BAPI name. BAPI underscore company code underscore get list. Choose the BAPI name. Continue. Right. So these are the so this is the response structure of your BAPI. But these are the only two fields you have in your entity, because your entity, you have limited only with these two fields, right? Because you don't want anything more. But this particular BAPI might return so many things. But among that, of course, in this example, this is also giving only 2, and your entity type also having only 2. But these two need not match. Your entity type will have only very few fields, but BAPI response will be so many fields. Now, among this, from this BAPI response, what are the fields that you wanted to get and map it to your entity types? We can do a drag and drop here. This company code, I wanted to map to my company code field of entity, and this company name, I wanted to map to this company name attribute of my entity. These two are my entity fields. Here we created a entity type, we created in this entity type, these two, company code, company name. For these two, from the BAPI response, these two I have mapped. These names automatically proposed while you created, but these names also you can change. Field names, anything. But from this BAPI response, these two fields correspondingly we have mapped here. All right, so this is done. So click on save. So mapping is done. That means this method is implemented. Get entity set method is implemented. Other methods not yet implemented. These other methods also we will implement. But this is implemented, but not by writing your own code, but by the concept of mapping technique. Done. So usually not required, but it is better. Once again, after the service implementation part is also done, like if you have done any mappings like this, once again you regenerate the artifacts, just it will refresh the components creations once again. Done. So if you go back to that class again, data provider class extension class, in the data provider extension class, go there, go to that class, sit in here, the knowledge of object OOPs, the knowledge of interfaces, superclasses, subclasses, method redefinitions, all these things will play very crucial role. So unless you are very familiar about OOPs knowledge, you can slowly, but your work will move on slowly. But the more clarity you have on OOPs principles and coding standards, your hand will move so fast, so comfortably on things. So on the get entity set, when I go there, so this time that get entity set method has been implemented with some coding. Earlier this is not there, but this time that code is implemented. It is calling this BAPI. All this is done inside that. Usually we supposed to write all this logic in this method, but as we map it from the BAPI, that is all generated automatically. Later we will write our manual stuff also. All right, so class is also active. It's fine. Go back. So your OData service is created with the generation of these artifacts. Once again, your OData service is created. GComp. And the service name is GComp underscore SRV. Now it is ready for testing. So if you want to test this service, how do we do test this? First, we have to register this service in the gateway system, in the gateway server. This particular GComp underscore service, I should register in the gateway server to test this service. Go back. Go to the T code maintenance service. So that service is just created. So definitely you will not find in this filter list. We have to add that service. So go to add service. Select comp, gcomp or comp star. No, so many are there. Yeah, this is the name of the service. The service name I have shown before, right? Gcomp underscore SRV. So service generated, select that service and you click on add selected services. So the service is going to be added. All these fields, you don't need to change anything. Just leave all these values as it is. Click on continue. So service and also its metadata both loaded successfully. Service get loaded into the gateway client. Go back. Now you filter that service to find it out easily. Yeah, this is the service. Just we created a very fresh OData service which we have deployed. Then you go to this gateway client for testing the service. Right. So this is the service URL that is generated on the GET request. First you test this service normally whether this service is reaching or not. Service documentation. Yes, service documentation is working fine. And in this service, I'm just getting this one. What is the entity set? I'm getting company set with the entity type company. It is the entity type and this is the entity set, company set. And the metadata information you find it dollar and metadata. So that particular service is coming up with it is coming up with two fields. One is company code. First field is company code, which is also key field, and second field name is company name. This one, company code, company name. Both are string type data types, and among these two, company code is actually created under the key field. So this information also I have got from the metadata. All right. Now, as I came to know that this particular service is having one entity, company set, I can call that company set. That is the name of your entity. In case if you don't know this namings of this entity also, still you can go to this entity set and you can get the entity set name. The exact naming also you can see there. You can choose that. Then execute it. Get company set, we are executing. When I executed here, I got the list of company codes and company names. Company code 005A, company code 0MB, company code 1000, Guru Pharmaceutical, 1001, 1004, JS Company Limited. All company codes and company names are retrieved here. But we did not write any select query because we have mapped the existed function module for retrieving this data. Okay, this is how we are getting. All other query options also we can test if you want. Now within this, I wanted to get this company code, only one company code 1013. And what you will expect here, you will write comp code is equal to 1013. You will write like this. Otherwise, simply in the brackets, you will put the company code 1013. So when you put the key field here, system actually should retrieve only that company code. It is equal to get entity, that single record based on the key field. That key field you provided in the braces as we have tested before. If you click on execute, this will not work. Why? It is clearly saying not implemented. The error code we are getting, not a bad request. Bad request series will come in 400. Now this 500 series is indicating the core error in the implementation section of the service. The 500 series is indicating that that particular operations are not implemented in the backend service. It's not about a bad request, but about the unavailability of that operation. The moment you call this, system actually trying to call this method, get entity method. But in our class, if you go to our OData project, here we have implemented only this one. We have implemented only get entity set for retrieving the multi records. But single record, if you want, this one should be implemented. But we haven't done any coding in this method so far. That means this method itself is not yet implemented. As it is not yet implemented at here, when we test that, with the key field value, it is saying that the get entity method is not yet implemented. That's why it is not retrieving. Similarly, that is true for filterings also and other parameters also. We will see that. But if I don't provide the key field, if I call the get entity, when I run, it is working. Because in the OData, this get entity set method is implemented already. Rest of the methods not. Similarly for create, similarly for update. If you try to call this post method also on this entity set with some default thing, the same thing you will be getting here. Of course, this is different error, CSR of token validation failed. We will address this. We will handle create operation also. That time I will fix this CSR of token issue. For post and put, you will get this token validation. It is some security token. But that is how the get method is working. Get entity and get entity set. Right, it is working 200. Okay. Anything you have to work only on the MPC extension or BPC extension. These are the only two classes that we are allowed to do work, but not on these. And moreover, these classes will get generated for every OData service separately. And this one team. And secondly, if you modify anything, any more additional operations, if you implement, if you change anything in the classes, usually we should go back to our maintenance service, because certain things are modified. That metadata should get updated here. So you filter your service here. Okay. So after you register the service, next time onwards, you will not come back and register every time here. It is already registered. But after the registration, you will be making some changes in the OData definition. In case if anything as such, then you should select the service here. You don't need to delete and add it again, but refresh metadata. Yeah, here this is a button is there. Load service metadata. So if you click on this, the latest changes of this service updation will get updated. Otherwise, when you do test from the gateway client, that new changes also sometimes will not reflect correctly. You better click on this button, load metadata again. It will refresh. Then again, you can go for the testing. So anytime if the classes are regenerated, we should come here and refresh that metadata. Similarly, but there is other BAPI available in this case team. Let me go here. But when it comes to not get detail, not get list, there is another BAPI called company code get detail. So if I go there, so this particular BAPI is having a mandatory importing parameter. So this is mandatorily expect. It is not optional. Company code ID you should pass. If you give the company code ID to this, it is exporting the company complete details and company address details also. Let us test this function module here. So company code ID. Let me test this. Yeah, it returns two parameters: company code detail, company code address. Address is one structure, company details is in another structure. But this particular WAPI works on a particular company code, the given company code value, and this is retrieving two different sets of information to us. Now, if you wanted to map this WAPI, then compulsory you should implement this one for get entity method only. That we will see in the extension exercise.
I noticed when you ran the tool as well, it generated some methods, so create entity, delete entity, and get entity set. Is there a put and a patch? Where do they fit into that? Is that
No,
a follow-up lesson?
Right. So here, this project, if you go, under service implementation, you know, this create entity is the right. This is your post, and update entity is your put, and delete entity method. And this delete if you implement, and delete operation will work. If you say create entity, if you right click and then create the method, if you go to this DPC extension class, I will show you how to implement these methods as well. If you go to your DPC extension class, then go there, then go to this method, create entity set, create entity, then go to this method redefinition. Here we do write the code for posting the entry into the corresponding database table, like insert into the database record. Then the record will get inserted into the database table. This create entity method will be equal to your post operation. If that method, if the code, if you not written the code in that method, this post operation will not work. And if you don't write the method in the update, then this put will not work here. So this put is equal to in your corresponding OData service, that is equal to the coding you are writing in this method. Is that your point, question, Andrew? But we should understand the parameters of this method very clearly. How this works is depends on the parameters of this method. If you go to the parameters of this method, here you will see whatever the key value you are passing and whatever the input you are passing, that all will captured into these parameters. We have to capture the data from these input parameters and we should put it in the coding. Finally, the response we should send back with this CR entity. These parameters understanding is main key point when we are implementing update entity method, create entity method, delete entity method. We will implement these methods also, but today on this time not sufficient for that. We will see that in our next session, but I will show implementation of all these 4 methods also. And after implementing every of this method, we will see the parallel execution, as today we have seen only for get on this company code WAPI. Similarly, we will see all these other operations also by implementing each of our methods.
Hey there, want to become a master at SAP RAP? Our course is right here waiting for you. You can take it whenever you want on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Restful Application Programming. It's like a magic kit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough stuff to getting them where they need to be. Our course has it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you've got. And guess what? Our students love the course. Loads of folks just like you have found it super helpful. The best part, it's super affordable. Learning this much shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP Restful Application Programming Pro? Sign up on our page now, and for more info, head over to ZaranTech's website.